CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment.
They were never your friends. Why do you even try?
Why would anyone be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
Breathe in the wild. With the strength of the bear. The drive of the ram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the phoenix. The storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
What is going on here?
That's much better. Well, I suppose better is a relative term. Let me see if I've got this right. You looked upon the infinite cosmos, summoned me into this, admittedly rather adorable form, just so I could teach you about dragons. After all, there's none more qualified to teach you about the Dragonlands than me. Very well then, my bold little protege. I accept. We begin with power. The Dragonlands don't just have magic. They are magic. And where does this magic come from, you might ask? From dragons, of course. Each one powerful, each one an asset, if you are in the right place at the right time. The treasure dragon may offer you gold or ancient artifacts should you meet them. Just don't be greedy. One per lucky mortal customer. You understand? Of course, treasure isn't all that awaits as you traverse the Dragonlands. Make your way to the draconic shrines, and you shall be blessed with wondrous effects in battle, which you will no doubt need. Take Pandora's Bench, for example, which transforms champions into, well, other champions. Or Sacrificial Pact, which allows you to exchange experience for health and... well, yes. Visiting a draconic shrine indeed augments your abilities. But these are draconic augments, and thus are far more impressive than anything mere mortals could invent. And next time, raise your hand. Now then, where was I? Ah, yes. While some dragons roam the lands, others are tied directly to them. Astral, Ragewing, Whispers, Shimmer Scale, Jade, Mirage, Tempest. One dragon for each of the 7 major dragon lands. Starting off strong, these rather imposing creatures can be convinced to fight on your behalf if you can afford their services. As I'm sure you can imagine, each dragon represents a powerful magic, so you would do well to commit their names to memory. Astral, there really is no place like home. I mean we, are as numerous as the stars in the sky. If the heavens align, you shall receive celestial favor in the form of an astral orb, increasing the chance that an astral unit falls into your shop. Better get wishing. I know. Fire and dragons. Such a cliché. But you're thinking too small and too slow. The dragons of Ragewing don't just feel the burn. They channel it, building their rage meters into a frenzy of fast-hitting power. Do you fear dragons that go bump in the night? Well, you should. After all, the Whispers will steal armor and magic resistance from their enemies. It's always those strong, silent types you have to watch out for. And who said all that glitters isn't gold, The magic of Shimmer Scale can make things downright blinding. What with unique items that scale with your gold? I don't look it, but I am practically green with envy. It is dangerous to go alone, so why not bring an army? That is the Jade strategy, after all. Jade statues protect even while asleep, but attack them, and they are bound to wake up. If that is not enough backup, these statues grow in power the more Jade units you possess. No, your eyes aren't deceiving you. Mirage is the most mercurial of the Dragonlands, taking shape only when called upon. The only certainty is that Mirage units will change their approach from battle to battle, allowing you to adapt and bring your victory into focus. Now, where have I seen him before? Our final stop on this tour of the Dragonlands is Tempest. For lesser creatures, lightning never strikes twice. But for Tempest, lightning is a constant current, damaging and stunning your opponents. Make them regret trying to weather your storms. So tell me, are you feeling educated, inspired? Because that is it. The lessons are over. What? Did you think I was going to tell you everything about the Dragonlands? Ha! Now, where would the fun be in that?
Just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment.
They were never your friends. Why do you even try?
Why would Dad want to be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
You just drag them down. You'll always be alone.
You're a disappointment.
They were never your friends. Why do you even try?
Why would Dad want to be friends with you?
You can't take the pressure. Everyone will always be alone.
Dram. The will of the boar. And the cold fury of the Phoenix. A storm rages through me. Unshakable. Breathe out the spirits and fight.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
What is going on here?
That's much better. Well, I suppose better is a relative term. Let me see if I've got this right. You looked upon the infinite cosmos, summoned me into this, admittedly rather adorable form, just so I could teach you about dragons. After all, there's none more qualified to teach you about the Dragonlands than me. Very well then, my bold little protege, I accept. We begin with power. The Dragonlands don't just have magic. They are magic. And where does this magic come from, you might ask? From dragons, of course. Each one powerful, each one an asset, if you are in the right place at the right time. The treasure dragon may offer you gold or ancient artifacts should you meet them. Just don't be greedy. One per lucky mortal customer. You understand? Of course, treasure isn't all that awaits as you traverse the Dragonlands. Make your way to the Draconic Shrines, and you shall be blessed with wondrous effects in battle, which you will no doubt need. Take Pandora's Bench, for example, which transforms champions into, well, other champions. Or Sacrificial Pact, which allows you to exchange experience for health and... well, yes. Visiting a Draconic Shrine indeed augments your abilities. But these are Draconic augments, and thus are far more impressive than anything.
I give you everything that I have, but it's never enough. I try to take you through to the end and love you till the end of time. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. You always get what you want, that I won't stop fighting till you understand, that I'll love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time. Girl, I want you every night. Come on over. Girl, we do this every time. Come on over. Love you till the end of time. Till the end of time. Till the end of time. Love you till the end of time.
他的画面上triple kill。
电竞动就要魅力开个前四，完了我们的 Rock 看起来没打得好，
但是自己被这个事情给弹回来，又是 Alex 的一个壁咚。准备要在这一波将 CFO 人全员收掉。
差了一个位置，又是第三个，哎呀！
两个是拿了一个搭手，开始持续的追击，现在的话瞄准他的 triple。
美国手上挂了一个治愈，多你一个治愈，最后这边点输了。
红魔的一个推，拿着不帮忙的效果把小林给推了回去。
Welcome back, everybody, once again to the PCS Summer Split Playoffs. We're getting into day number 2. We've already had one heck of a best of 5, and I think we could be in for another one on the horizon. Hey, everybody, I'm Pyrotanks, joined on this broadcast by none other than Clement K. Chu. Before we get into the rest of the introductions, I want to take a moment to thank our wonderful sponsor for the first time tonight. CTBC Bank, of course, has always been by our side, but we are also joined for the duration of the playoffs by China Airlines, so we'll be flying high. We'll see if the Flying Oyster can do the same thing. Clement, how the heck are you doing tonight?
Absolutely happy. You know, after the first day of playoffs, I feel like anything could happen. Today, again, it's one of those situations where most of us are predicting one team to go through, but Frank has some different ideas.
Yes, absolutely the case. We definitely have our own Frank Stradamus. I'm just going to go ahead and dub him right now because already the prediction king with that prediction yesterday, managing to basically just get the up on all of us. We predicted J-Team were going to win. We'll take a look at the bracket, see how things shaked out very, very differently. But at the same time, for tonight, CFO still looking like the favorites up against Frank Esports in this matchup. Frank Esports haven't managed to find a win all split long against this team, including the tiebreaker at the end of the split.
It's been 3-0 so far for CFO, and I think there's a very easy way to kind of look at the matchup. On one hand, we have the team that is hands down the best in terms of individual talent, in terms of, I would say, just like their pick diversity in CFO, and then you have the most improved team coming in on the other hand in Frank Esports. However, both of these teams do tend to win through the same way, and that is early game dominance. Frank Esports have their work cut out for them because CFO are almost number one in every single category. They're the best in terms of the early game gold differential, the best in the early dragon, and the best in the early baron percentages, all of that stuff baked in. So Frank has found their usual way just blocked.
Absolutely. I think that's the struggle for this team. One of the reasons they've not been able to find wins in the best of ones nearly as often, and not against this team, has been because they just get outclassed in their own strategy. That being said, you talked about improvement. In the second round robin, Frank Esports have looked just incredible. They've won 7 of their 9 regular split games. Yes, they lost the tiebreaker to CTBC Flying Oyster. However, it's been looking pretty good for them, and there's a reason not just Nightstar is high on this team. I think we are expecting them to make a decent run as we see the bracket, as is unfolded already. Yesterday, we got a bit of a shock to our systems with Beyond Gaming 3-1 over J-Team, who just couldn't quite get it together on this new patch 12.14. For CFO, they should be looking pretty favored today just because of all the things you mentioned before, and due to the fact that honestly, this is a team that, if you looked at last split, they were our runners-up. They were very, very close to making it to MSI. Didn't quite do it in the end, but they will get a chance. If they win here, you'll revenge on PSG Talon, as that will be the next matchup after the way. We'll also see Deep Cross Gaming taking on Beyond. And of course, tomorrow, we've got MetaFalcon team taking on J-Team in the lower bracket.
And I have to say, this is very unfortunate for Frank Esports. I feel like if their position in the bracket was a little bit different, they could have gone all the way. But they're faced up against CFO, who's beaten them 3 times already. And it's not like the other teams. You know, every other team in the second round robin, they were able to defeat. They were able to take down the PSGs. They were able to take down the Beyond Gamings. They haven't been able to do it to CFO. And that's why I have to go with history and go with the Flying Oysters.
Absolutely. Now, those were best of ones. Best of 5 series is going to be a little bit of a different beast, and I think that is what Mr. Nightstar is counting on right now. He is currently the only one in our pool of English casters to make the correct prediction from yesterday, as we are tallying the score. For the time being, he is the leader. So perhaps he will be able to show us his magic yet again, as we are getting into our rosters for tonight's matchup. Starting for CTBC Flying Oyster, we got Rest, Gemini, Mission, Shun at 80 carry, and yes, you saw that. Koala is back in the support role. This is monumental to the CFO team, as they did not look the same without him.
Yeah, this is the biggest question for CFO. They actually had a very weak closing of the split, but the main reason was because Koala was absent. He had personal things that he had to attend to, wasn't able to play, and honestly, the team looked like it lacked a shot caller. The bot lane suffered a lot, and then you had both AD carries actually in the roster at the same time. So I would say CFO has the most defined strengths coming into this postseason, but they also have the most questionable form. We haven't seen a lot of the Sivir play actually come out for this team. We haven't seen the usual lane dominance that is expected out of Shun, who is, statistically our best laning player at plus 1,200 gold ahead at 14 minutes.
He has been sharing a fair bit of that bot lane seat with Atlan. A lot of shuffling about as they started with Atlan as well. It made us kind of question, who did they really want to stick with on the roster? Because Shun just seemed to have higher upside and skill, but clearly the team was focused on giving them both time on the Rift. Now, it seems like Shun is the starter. We'll see if that changes going forward. But with Koala back in, should give them some hope for their abilities to move forward. Question is, as you said, is that form back? Have they been able to get it back together? I think that's the one thing they're going to have to answer, and this first game should be very, very telling up against the side of Frankie Sports.
I think they really suffered in terms of their bot lane dominance and in their fight selection when it came to skirmishes without Koala. So those are going to be the big points we're looking forward to if they can get back.
On the opposite side, Frankie Sports, YSKM, Holo, Pretender, Eminem, and carries, and this is a team that has certainly gotten a talent infusion, but they've also leveled up, especially in that second round robin, just getting so much better. I really think on the map and in their decision making, but you're right, they are still an early game team. They are still a team that doesn't do well when set behind, so this will be a challenge. And if there is going to be somebody that makes the big difference, I think it's going to be YSKM. This guy's come in hot, and he has absolutely destroyed all of his competition.
Yeah, I think YSKM is definitely the rookie that everyone is paying attention to when it comes to the PCS. He has the most solo kills of any single player coming into this one. And I would say he's the most talented player on this team. Unfortunately for him, he's going up against the OG in Rest. And this is why it's been so hard for Frankie Sports to crack open CFO, because their strengths are also the enemy's strengths. And in that regards, Rest has actually eclipsed YSKM all 3 times that he played against him, has gotten solo kills against him multiple times, has never let him play a 4-1 successfully, and you have to say it's still the OG that triumphs over the young blood that is coming into the PCS.
That has been true thus far for their 3 games, including the tiebreaker, but I do want to draw your attention up to that champion differential, because we're here on patch 12.14. Gnar, the Gangplank, definitely getting hit with the nerf bat right now, and I wonder if this doesn't tip the scales in favor of YSKM a bit more.
That's absolutely a massive point here. I think Rest has been someone that actually plays relatively few champions throughout the prior postseason. He's mainly stuck to just Graves in the top lane. So it's going to be interesting to see if Rest can actually branch off to a couple more champions. I would say Fiora right now is going to be super high priority across the board, especially after all the nerfs earlier on. Going into this ban pick, a couple big things to note. Both of these teams actually are Zeri favored teams. When it comes to the Zeri or the Sivir trade-off, they actually tend to play the Zeri a little bit more than the Sivir. They like to go with the Alistar to block out the rushdown compositions. And this is what we're getting right off the bat here. Zeri still up is going to be a massive champion, still incredibly powerful, but also Frankie Sports, for them, they're super reliant on engage champions. So if they don't have the Wukong, if they don't have the Poppy in the jungle position, a lot of times Frank doesn't have anyone to start fights or walk through terrain.
And that was one of the things we were asking the question about, was what is this team going to do if they get denied some of these picks? We even talked a little before in our prep tonight about what will we see Holo on? What other champions is he going to show? It was a big Viego player during the split, but that's probably less likely now in terms of engage. Maybe we expect to see the Vi starting to come in for him. Maybe we see something a little different. Zeri is locked in for M&M. They had banned the Sivir themselves, so trying to deny it away from Shun, and I think we'll get a little bit of time before we have our answer. Frank, they'd have counterpick top for YSKM. I'd be a little surprised if they showed an Ornn for him. He's never played this champion. There we go. The Camille, that's a lot more likely.
I don't think we expect YSKM to play with a tank champion at all. I don't think that's his style. Frank Esports, they have been playing more for 1-3-1s or a 4-1 split push. I won't say they're necessarily the best at this sort of style. I think they're a very young team, and coordination isn't, I wouldn't say they're the most coordinated team compared to the likes of PSG or even J-Team, but their laning dominance is just something completely out of this world. It's something that's going to be really fun to watch. And you also have the Poppy that is, I would say, a bit slower of a champion. So I think there's a really high chance that you see something like the Trundle come through, give YSKM that winning topside support in terms of the jungle priority.
Yeah, I think that's going to be important. This is a champion that we've seen over in the LCS. Got Captain Flowers all riled up the other day. Skarner could come in for Holo if they want to just get a point and click, but not going to reveal just yet. Tom Kench still up and available. That's going to get locked in. Even more protection to the hyper carry M&M.
Yeah, this one's... I'm not so sure about the Tom Kench. I think usually the way I look at Frank Esports, they live and die by how well they can engage. Their biggest problem has just been because YSKM is always on a fighter. They have no one to walk into the brushes and actually face check. So what we see of Frank Esports is that they're the best on engaged champions coming in from the jungle and support. Wukong and Alistar are kind of their go-to picks. I'm not so sure when they're trying to play more protective and going for a pure 4-1. What this means to me is that they're hard banking on the fact that Camille has to win lane. If that doesn't happen, then not having engaged you're just kind of dead in the water. So we'll see what happens and how they kind of draft around this.
It's interesting that they opted so early for the Camille. It does say that they really prioritized getting a strong champion rather than having the counter pick, just trusting YSKM could outplay Rest in that situation. And there has been some bans thrown up topside, that Renekton, of course, being one of them, but now the jungle pool is getting hit more. Trundle banned away by CFO. I wonder what Holo goes to. We talked about the Vi. I think a little bit out of left field, I could expect maybe even something like the Nocturne to come through. They hovered Skarner earlier. Yeah. It's a possibility.
I would say Nocturne is a champion that I think is sleeper OP against CFO because you can cut off split push coming in from the side of Rest, and it also allows you to just shove away against Mission. You know, I don't think Mission has been playing the tempo game all that well. His lowest percent win champions are the Syndra and the Taliyah. So, you know, I really think that if you can out-tempo CFO, that's gonna give Frank Esports a lot of winning conditions here. Vi is a big champion that we think could fit into that engage role for Frank Esports and something that Holo hasn't played yet. But
he hasn't, but he has played Xin Zhao. I was wondering if this would be the choice. I didn't like it last night. I don't know if I like it tonight.
Yeah, I don't like it all that much. I feel like Xin Zhao is a much more protective pick. But he doesn't have the best time against the Poppy early on. It's very easy to actually just block his audacious charge. You know, that doesn't travel all that fast. It's not a blink, it's a dash. You can prevent it with the steadfast presence quite easily. And it's also quite lacking in the mid to late game. So kind of interesting to see this much focused on the Xin Zhao. We saw it from Kongya yesterday, and it did not work. CFO, on the other hand, I think this is a very comfortable comp for them. They have the scaling aspect baked in, and this is typically how they draft against Frank Esports. They say, you know what, we're actually just better in lane compared to your players, so we're going to go with the scaling game. We're going to take things steady, don't mess things up too much early, and just ride to a victory 30 plus minutes in.
Yeah, this is a very comfortable CFO comp, like just completely comfort across the board. They will get Pretender on his Sylas, his most played champion at the end. So they have a lot of sticking power, but I think Frank Esports have put a lot of pressure on themselves right here to deliver early on, and they need M&M to scale up probably a little faster than he would like to on that Zeri.
I think that for Frank Esports, this game for them is mainly top-centric. They have great catch potential coming in from all three of their champions. There's hard crowd control across the board. So if they find a skirmish in the top side, chances are that they will be able to finish it, especially before the Gwen or Victor even get online. Both of these AP champions have relatively weak fighting potential when it comes to the early game. So I think FAK Esports, they do have a win condition, which is going to be, just use the Xin Zhao, use that level 3 power spike, try to snowball it into a couple flashes burned early on, and then you go into a Herald play. That's kind of the game plan for them, the expected outcome given their champions. And on the CFO side, I feel like this is just kind of a straight scale up and see where things take you composition. If you don't fall too far behind, I feel like this is a composition that does pack a little bit more punch when it comes to that late game.
Yeah, this is really what CFO like to do against teams that they know they can roll over. Their big strategy for a while now, for almost an entire year, has been, we can just outlane you just about everywhere. The difference, I think, will be in that top lane if it's going to happen for Frank. Really expect the YS Kim Camille high priority, picked it blind on the red side. We'll see if it's going to work out for this team, if FAK Esports can get a surprise victory and prove Nightstar the prophet yet again, or will CTBC Flying Oyster be the team to do the expected, to push forward? We'll see if they're on form after getting Koala back in the support role. We're about to find out all those answers to our many questions as we hit the ref for game 1 of the series.
And we have Frank with some shenanigans right off the bat. A 4-man stack into the top side, trying to catch out Rest. This has actually been a tactic that we saw PSG do against Rest so many times, but I think Rest has actually learned his lesson this time. He's going to stay super far back. Taking a look at the runes down the board right here, we do have Ghosts from both AD carries, kind of standard in this patch already, and no flashes into the top side. So whoever gets up there first could just swing the matchup around. Typically it is the Camille that does have a bit of an early lead in this one, but if she gets ganked and there's no flash there, it could easily turn the other way as well.
Yeah, both with the Ignite, not going for flash or even Ghost in this situation. I do like the aggression and also the kind of mutually assured destruction, if you will. So kicking things off, nobody gets any catches. Holo gets a little bit of coverage on his leash, and you can see the late movements lane for both the bot lanes. As we get set up, I think, Frank, they've got a timer to work with here. We're going to have to see if they can use it.
So both of these junglers are starting on the bot side because there was a leash and a ward on the side of CFO. They all know where the junglers are going to go. I expect both top laners to actually not trade all that much and just kind of take things slow across the board. It is setting up to be a rather quiet early game. And I would say if things go smoothly, that would definitely be in favor of CFO.
Yeah, should be pretty happy with that. Of course, if Felios getting the late game is also going to be pretty good, so Shun will be able to do that. You talking about a quiet early game. I do think we have potential solo kills just in these players' tendencies and what they've shown us so far this split. YSCam, of course, in the stats compare, pretty much the solo kill king, but Rest not too far behind himself, and then even in the mid lane we see that happening too. I would expect Pretender to be the one going in. Speaking of, YSCam does find some damage onto his opposite number up top. We'll see if the Poppy can make a difference. Gemini making a roam at level 3.
Oh, and he's getting here first with the phase rush.
Wrap
doesn't have hook shot.
No, he doesn't. Gemini walks right into him, so just going to be able to get a few hammer shots off, but Gemini tanks a tower. Kind of a fair trade, all things considered.
Yeah, and this wave is still in a pretty bad position for the side of Rest here. His jungler has just gone out, and here comes the engage.
There's Holo. Rest already down to half his hit points. Knows he could be in trouble here as he goes to wrap around. Gemini coming through as it looks to buy some time. I think Holo gets cold feet about this. No, he's going to go for the charge in. This is kind of a little bit of a standoff. So nobody wants to full engage. They just back away.
Yeah, I think Xin Zhao realizes that Gemini is already back into the lane. He kind of showed himself right there. And neither side really willing to risk it, I would say, just going up against each other. Again, this is a lane that can snowball super hard either way, just because there isn't any flashes here. So you do see both top laners playing this rather safely. But it does end up with Gemini actually having the early ward here. He's going to have a little bit more information, and that will allow the top side in Rest to play a little bit more aggressive here. As you can see him already getting off to quite a nice CS lead. And now Gemini's doing the wraparound, going past Holo.
Gonna go again, this time not spotted. The ward's down too. Now, meanwhile, we got a little bit of a skirmish going on down in the river as Koala nearly gets sandwiched between Pretender and carries, and he's gonna go down for first blood. Eminem picking that one up. Shun ghosting away back to the safety of his own lane, but the flash and lick, Eminem chasing him. They think they can do this one. Ultra Shock dodged out. Shun, nice two-step as he will get back to the tower, but Frank Esports strike first.
Yeah, we didn't get to see how that one actually started out, but it just looked like Koala was caught in the middle of no man's land. And even though Victor does have the wave priority, Pretender is coming in with the crowd control. Victor, a far weaker champion in the mid lane. And as we're looking at the replay, it just seems to me that CFO overplayed their hand with the push here. Pretender comes in, hardcore crowd control like we were talking about against the Victor, and also zooms out to back him up. Yeah, CFO just massively overplayed their hand. They thought the lane priority meant a lot more than it actually did coming in from Mission's lane.
Yeah, nice start though. Pretender getting involved. They get the kill on Eminem as well. That's clutch right now. Remember, Zeri wanting to get ahead a little bit early. Ooh, Mission gets jumped on by Pretender. That's that gravity field coming down to turn him back into the minion wave. And this is a nice start, though, for Frank, as they do want to get the action happening fast. Koala roaming up will be able to spot that brush ward and take it down. Mission dings 6, and so does Pretender. Hijack now available. Chaos Storms on both sides. But Pretender ends up stealing away the Nautilus ult instead.
I think the Nautilus ultimate definitely works a little bit better here. A bit more crowd control to make those kills happen. And Pretender still has his flash right here. Meanwhile, on the top side, we have Rest just with the Holo Mist down, and Holo is going to be able to get behind him.
Okay, they want to go for the play. Immediately, they tag on in, and no way you're getting out of the Hextech ultimatum. Tries.
Knight goes down.
Very, very close, but finally, they get him even through the Ignite. YSKM burning it does mean that they can set up the kill. Holo uses Flash to close that gap as well, but they get the kill.
Really nicely timed, just in place when you see YSKM ding over to level 6, and because the teleports were used here, you see a massive amount of minion waves being missed out here coming in on the side of Rest. That's going to be about a one full wave discrepancy in terms of experience, so YSKM is going to find those level leads continuously throughout this laning phase. I do think that this means that CFO at some point will have to look towards top lane, try to get Rest back onto even footing.
Gwen was just left up and available the entire draft, even though it was flashed by Rest in that first pickup. And I didn't know that was going to be a possibility. Clearly, there's some confidence here from Frank Esports that they could play against it. I love how active Holo has been this game, at least as active as Gemini.
Oh, and it does look like Gemini just waiting for that ward to be cleared before he decides to go in. We do expect Frank Esports to actually get a couple more kills in the early game. As we talked about, the Xin Zhao and the Silas do pack a lot more crowd control just to make those skirmishes actually happen. So I don't think CFO are too rattled by how the game has gone so far, but they definitely need to make sure that YSKM isn't just going to ride level leads into a 4-1 situation. That's probably the biggest thing that CFO are trying to prevent.
Would be not surprised to see a lot more trips up there. And speaking of trips, Koala is going on a roam himself into Frank Jungle, and doesn't really find much on that sweeper. Keep having to pan that camera because everybody wants to leave lane just a little bit. It's definitely a looser game, a faster game than what we were seeing in the last series yesterday. J-Team, a much slower team at making those decisive plays. Got punished hard for it by Beyond Gaming.
Well, and looks like Gemini's going to go for a rather risky Herald take right here. Camille's already coming in, and he has to get away from this one. He doesn't have the positioning or the champions to fight this one early.
He's going to go back on it. It was just kind of tagged back and forth in the leash, but now everybody's starting to move. Koala Shun carries as well here.
6.
That's that hook. They do manage to catch, but Pretender goes in onto Mission as well. It's going to be Chaos Storms on both sides. Here comes Eminem over the wall. The 3v3. Big Zeri ultimate, but Pretender falls first. Meanwhile, YSKM gets knocked into the wall. They can't get anybody on the CFO side, and that's going to be 2 kills across the board. Let's see if Frank Esports follow up at all. They can't do it.
Oh, and YSKM, he was nowhere in that fight. He was caught between 2 battlefields. doesn't get to use his ultimate in either one, and CFO actually end up winning in both sides here. I think it was a little bit callous from Karis going into the mid lane like that. You could tell what CFO were banking on, the fact that they had an earlier level 6 from the Nautilus. That was their plan. And watch this. Oh, it was the Gemini actually knocking Holo back. I was wondering why Xin Zhao was that far out of position, and there you have your answer. Gemini with his 100% win rate Poppy coming up huge in both sides of the fight.
That's first pick, baby. Yeah, the damage really doesn't matter when you can get that Poppycopter to eat someone out of the fight. Mission back in the mid just clears the wave away. So CFO equalize on those kills. They also get the Herald to add to it. The question is, where do they drop it now? Do they try to extend the lane up top, or do they try to charge down mid and blow a hole open there?
I definitely think it would be better suited into the top side. You want to give gold over to Gwen, make sure she can stay ahead of that matchup. And I do want to, talk about the team fight damage graph we just saw there. A big fat 0 coming in from Holo, not able to participate in both sides of the fight. What
Denied.
a great use of Gemini's ultimate right there, winning both sides of the fight for them. You can kind of tell Frank didn't have the instantaneous communication to pull back from both battlefields at the same time.
Yeah, we talked about their improvement. They definitely have been getting a lot better as a team. They're certainly not the squad that was thrown together at the last minute that they were in spring, especially in the beginning. But they still have work to do. This is a team that still has some edges to soften, to sharpen, if you will. Maybe a better metaphor on that one. But they're going to try and muscle in on this dragon. Ocean Drake first up here. They get a little bit of chip damage onto Koala and Gemini. Tender stealing away.
Ultimate
Death
comes
charge,
through.
and up! Out goes the Tom Kench. Meanwhile, they take the Drake away.
Shun
Shun
gets it.
get the final hit on that one, and Holo just walking through on that Chaos Storm. Gemini forced to flash out mission. He's probably going to have to burn his as well, but the team is at his back, and maybe they could escort him out the long way. He doesn't have to use it. Lasers up there. They're going to actually just use him as bait as everyone flashes into the pit. Gemini does go down to Holo.
Could be a massive mistake.
It's a very chaotic fight in the back of this one. Finally, mission flashes out of there. Will get Holo. Eminem over the wall, finds one, gets rooted, looking for more. Karis and
Shouldn't
Pretender,
try to
they
do a
can't quite
1v3?
follow. What a weird fight that was.
Yeah, I do think CFO ended up overplaying their hand in that one because the back end of that fight ended up being a 3-for-1. So, Frank Esports definitely get far more ahead, and now you have the possibility of a Fed Zeri coming into play here. Eminem already 2-0-1. You get that big gold bounty on it. Honestly, CFO, they had everything they came here for. They found the objective. They were able to get a much better start of the fight in terms of the HP bars right here. But then they just greeted for a little bit too much afterwards. This was really well played on the side of CFO. They get the slowdown when Mission actually gets hit by the death charge. And then they wanted to inch for a little bit more. They wanted to go back in, collect the kill here onto Pretender. But this is so damn well played from Karis. He manages to get the Devourer just as Gemini is coming across the wall. Re-engage here, and a lot of blinking HP bars. But it does end up being a 3-for-1 on the back end of that one. Not a good fight for CFO.
Not at all. That was real crazy here as we're getting right back into the action. Carries on the gray health. He stopped it for a second, but Koala's not looking too healthy either. They will chase him back in a way, and up there goes the stolen Poppy ultimate. Immediately winded up and knocking out one. I want to point something out in that last fight. Shun outfought a smite on that dragon. Yeah, that was incredible, man. You don't see that every
Moonlight
day.
Vigil.
Yeah,
Gemini
really
going
good.
with the
Oh
double
no,
knockup.
all the YSKM melting Mission with the lasers on the final hit, but they were just cutting through. Rest is certainly packing a punch with those scissors.
Oh boy, they underestimated how fast that Poppy could be traversing up onto the river, and now Pretender is caught underneath tower as well here.
Death charge gonna go up. They don't have the follow through. They've got YSKM in the 1v2 though. My word, what a scrappy game.
Yeah, weird play coming in from Shun, going underneath tower. Not much Rust can do there. He doesn't have the crowd control to actually stop YSKM, so the second hit of Precision Protocol goes through. There was already a mythic item, and he just goes down at the back end here. So once again, I think CFO have a good start to the fight. They give a little bit over at the back end of it, though.
Yeah, let's take a look at this replay up top, but I also want to just take a breather and like assess where we're at in this game, because it has just been skirmish after skirmish. YSKM goes deep here, finds Shun as he was under tower, and Rest just could do nothing to deny this. The killer instinct from this rookie top laner is incredible. We've got Mythics in now. As you mentioned, they were already completed a couple of players, but now the rest are starting to file in. Divine Sunderer for the Camille. Crucial there. Gale Force on Shun, matched by the Immortal Shield Bow on the Zeri. Eminem, he went Boots 2 first, remember, off the back of that first kill. So he's now matched Shun quite well.
And if we look across the map, we do have some big changes in the lane allocations here. FAK Esports going to go topside for the second Herald. While on the other hand, we see CFO still trying to shove money into Shun's pockets. This is very much their game plan when they have Shun on the map. They want him to be that hyper carry. If we're taking a look at this situation right here, I feel like it's much more advantageous for CFO. Victor has been able to get a lot of assists, which means Hex Core is already upgraded. And on the flip side, YSKM hasn't actually gotten all that much done in terms of being a split push threat. He's down over 20 CS into the top lane here. So I would say overall CFO has played their cards better. They've withstood the early game, power spikes coming from some of the crowd control, and they've got most of their, they've actually won their solo lanes.
Yeah, despite the chaos overall, like everything else being even, they have a bit of a gold lead. They have that dragon advantage at this 15-minute mark, and they have a comp that scales so much better than what FAK Esports are bringing. So I think Frank really forcing the issue just means they know that they're going to have a window that will eventually close. And I would expect a lot more fights, but maybe the end is if CFO overpress themselves like we've seen happen. Herald is going to get dropped in mid. This should be the finisher on the charge. Eminem going to get out to safety, and so that is going to be matching the tower taken already down bottom. CFO with first brick does mean they got that extra bit of gold. FAK Esports, though, back in the lead, 400.
This fight is very difficult for, I would say, FAK Esports to play. The main thing is Gemini is just way too efficient against FAK Esports and their triple dive composition. As long as he holds on to the W, I don't really see how FAK Esports try to engage this. They have to be really creative on the angles. Here they go.
They're going to try. That is going to be Holo going in. Gets that Crescent Guard, however, gets immediately swallowed up. Now he's going to be back into this one, and well, it looks like FAK Esports didn't quite have enough left in the tank to get the kills, but CFO are right on the back.
YSKM going in.
YSKM to the back, deletes Shun off the map. That's going to immediately turn things. Once again, Pretender was dancing around. Mission did get a crucial shutdown onto Eminem, but they can just keep this going. It's going to be Koala, Rest, and Gemini just trying to stay alive. YSKM taken out, cut down to size, cut to ribbons, you might say, but Rest is sure to follow him to his grave, and now Gemini gets a kill back. It's just left and right and left and right, a real boxing match at that Dragon Pit.
What amazing target selection coming in from YSKM. He takes out Shun before he can really have a reaction, and then you see Pretender just kiting them along with the chains, the chain lash back and forth, slowing them down, getting multiple targets, and then they collapse all at the same time. So beautiful stuff done by FAK Esports. They really just exceeded my expectations in what was possible in that fight. The start of it was so bad for them. Look at Gemini here as he pays close attention to Pretender. He doesn't let him get into the back line. He has his eyes on the Sylas the entire time. Sylas takes a bunch of crowd control, a bunch of damage, has to back out. And, you know, this fight was actually very close to being a full wipe here, as if Shun landed the Moonlight Vigil, the entire front side was gone. But YSKM comes in here with a beautiful separation into the back line. He snipes out the AD carry, and then you have Pretender with the red buff, just playing on the sides, just picking people off, slowing them. Honestly, I didn't see how FAK Esports could have won a fight, but they proved me wrong.
They didn't get the objective, but they certainly got the fight at the end, and I think YSKM on the flank, it really just means that this whole fight was almost a feint to begin with, as he gets the deletion off onto Shun, turns the tides. But Frank, they are down 2 dragons. They are going to have to try and start contesting out on some of these objectives, and try to match some pressure too. YSKM would love to be a terror on that side lane. He does have another kill, but another death to match too. Still only really sitting on that Mythic and Merc treads.
I will say, they find
Holo's caught. That's the Crescent Guard. They turn on Gemini, but look at the damage they can dish back onto him, even through the steadfast presence, not enough to get the kill.
The Devour.
And Carry swallows up Eminem. Great Devour to try and keep his carry alive. Meanwhile, what's going on down bottom? That should be a Frank Tower shortly.
Yeah, actually, Frank Esports win out on that trade because they are a 4v3, but in comes a TP. Rest looking for someone.
But Holo is here as well. Mission gonna join in. He turns forward, looks for the snip, throws down that mist to the needlework, finding two. Holo looks like he got baited in by it. And meanwhile, Koala gonna cut YSKM off at the pass. Let's see if he can get out. No, nice predict on the hook into the ultimatum, but he's trying to walk and limp away from it. CFO will not let that happen. His Rest will claim his life. A great chase down by the Flying Oyster.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate from Frank Esports. I think Holo misjudged CFO. He thought the rest of his team had reset. In fact, CFO were just charging down river. So they end up giving 2 kills over when really they only needed to give 1. And I wanted to talk about the previous fight. It was really good for Frank Esports, but a little bit unfortunate that they lost the bounty on Eminem, and also most of the kills are on the Xin Zhao. That's probably the person you least want the kills onto at this point. It really doesn't scale as a champion all that much. So, a little bit of sideways luck for Frank Esports. However, they're still in this one. They're fairly close. They still have the gold lead and this kill score lead. They just have to pull out that fight a couple more times.
Yeah, they don't want to let this get into the late game because that is going to be CFO's forte. They will have a great scaling comp. Rest will be able to match YSKM on sides. And Gemini's Poppy is really making a lot of the difference and certainly could continue to do so, really showing why it's worthy of that first pick status and maybe potentially worth the ban. But Frank, far from out of this one as the attention, the focus shifts towards the Baron pit. There will be another dragon in about 35 seconds, however, and that has to be on both teams' minds.
And I do want to talk about why I give CFO so much of the scaling advantage. It mainly comes down to 2 champions and the comps they're playing. The first one is Xin Zhao. It's pretty obvious that I don't really have high opinions of Xin Zhao as a late game champion. And the second one is Tahm Kench. I feel like in a triple dive composition.
Uh-oh. Yeah. One of these days you'll get to make an analytical point, Clement, before the fight starts. Holo does get caught. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why you don't necessarily like him in the late game, but maybe even in the mid. Pretender getting caught as well. He's going to fall into this one. Tries to flash and bait it out, but the split focus to chase. Too strong for CTBC right now as they take Pretender down and the tower to boot. 10 kills now across both teams, and the lead flips back to CFO. Teleport out from Mission to try and defend his tower while the Dragon gets taken just like that. CFO are going to get themselves soul point.
Now, CFO with some great engages. They're always punishing Frank Esports when Frank are trying to split push. We see YSKM down by a very large margin in terms of kills, assists, and also the CS. So he's trying to get back up. He's trying to go into that 4-1 territory. And CFO just say no. They punish the mid lane. They get the Drake mid lane tower. Great flash from Gemini, just cutting Silas over the wall like that one. That really was the catalyst to that fight. And you saw Pretender didn't have enough space to actually get that Poppy ultimate off in time.
Yeah, Pretender getting caught really quickly. It's the Zhonya's pop, and it just delays the inevitable. He's even tried to flash to avoid his fate. And CFO are just too good at the chase down. I think this is a team that's certainly got the killer instinct for sure. When they see a champion that they know they can hunt, they full commit to it and could be punished by a team that maybe flanks a little bit better. We've seen YSKM do it a handful of times, but gotta love watching Flying Oyster take these fights, take these chases.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit too easy for CFO to play against a triple dive composition when they have the Nautilus and when they have the Poppy. They've just been holding on to abilities and using them at great opportunities. YSKM gonna TP in, and it looks like it will be a full reset for now.
Yeah, just spends his teleport to ensure that the Baron doesn't go over. You got to think that's worth it. However, it does mean his side laning is going to suffer for a little while. He has a very long lane to work with in that top if he wants to, and he's going to get dragged down into the mid because we got a full ARAM going on here.
Yeah, and this time around, we do have Shin with both of his summoners up. I think the big thing about the previous fights was that YSKM always able to just walk down onto that Aphelios. Now it's going to be a little bit harder that he has both of these sums up. I think what Frank Esports need to do is that they need to bait CFO to overextend into River and then cut them off from multiple directions. I don't think Frank Esports really have a chance if they just charge into CFO, just headstrong into a pitch battle formation where CFO knows where all the angles are from. So it's going to be really important for Frank, now that they don't even have the side lane advantage, to kind of use those Baron situations. If you look around the Baron pit, I think this is textbook on how you should set up for a potential winning fight. Maybe try to pick off someone as they come across that river brush.
Yeah, they do have a lot of good vision there, and most of it not spotted out by CFO. CFO, though, they're the ones directing the tempo at the moment as they look to push, get some jungle clear through, buying time. The Dragon Soul is going to be huge for them. Frank are going to have to respond, try and cut it off. So far, they've always been late to the party. They've let CFO get the Dragon, but they've still been able to take the fight afterwards. It's going to get harder and harder, especially once that mountain happens.
I think Frank is actually better served in trying to get a fight down before split objectives do happen. So they want to set up here on the Baron and bait CFO into a fight in one position. If CFO get to choose, they could actually just straight head for Baron, and leave that Mountain Drake open. That's a very real possibility. They could just set up on the different objective other than the one that Frank is already setting up to. You know, CFO has massive advantages if the enemy team has to walk into them, and they could just use that hero's verdict to knock people away when they're trying to rush towards an objective.
Yeah, that's one of the things that you have to calculate every time you're trying to set up for these plays. And you can see CFO, they use their tempo, they use their position to clear just about all the vision. The one big difference for teleport plays, flank plays, could be that one that is there in the CFO jungle. Not spotted just yet. Only Pretender can take advantage of it, though. YSKM is still far and away on his TP, and Rest is just doing so much more work on the side lanes. He has his teleport, so he can freely go here. The Baron Dance has been a little bit slower for Frank. I think they have not necessarily been wanting to commit, but now they ping for it. Lots of vision here for CFO. They know it's not going to be able to go over easily, even if they drag a teleport out of their opponents.
Yeah, the big problem here with Frank Esports is they have to defend both objectives at the same time. You know, you have split objectives on the map now. If I'm CFO, I'm perfectly happy of just baiting towards the top side. I have vision control over there, and it's going to be so hard for these short-range champions on Frank Esports' side to charge through a pocket. That's hasn't worked so far. So you can see CFO happy to play towards the top side, while Frank Esports can't play too far away from them. They have to keep them enticed here.
Pretender does steal the Keeper's Verdict. That could be a big difference maker right now, but CFO, they're going to be muscling in. Spotting YSKM on the Scryer's Bloom. No flank this time around. They've seen that a couple already and don't want to give that one over. The only information they don't necessarily have is M&M, but they ping him out as they know he's showing in mid lane. And Holo now isolated, getting chased a little bit. CFO, they continually push back. Dragon's going to get procced, but it's Frank Esports who want to try and secure this. Not an easy Drake to take at the best of times.
Yeah, it looks like CFO are going to full engage onto this team fight, and this actually gives Frank a bit of win condition here if they can knock someone back.
I didn't get it. No, and they got to force the fight all of a sudden. Holo gets knocked out into the stratosphere as YSKM buys a little bit of time for himself, but he ends up going down all the same. Taken out of this fight, and everything seemed to go wrong for Frank Esports.
M&M
does manage to take down Koala. Shun falls down. That's big shutdown. They've got Zeri, but M&M, he already falls to Rest here. It's absolute chaos, but Rest continuing to push on. Snip, snip, snip down your health bar. The triple kill comes through. Pretender on the run. Rest is hunting for that quadra, though. I don't know if he's going to be denied here. That chase is still happening under tower. Rest just goes around the edge of it and carries limping back to his mid. CFO win that fight big time.
Oh, that was so unfortunate right there. We saw that a Pretender was already swinging for the hero's verdict. He manages to hit no one. The counter engage happens for CFO, and just in that time where the initial engage already failed, YSKM comes flying in. So it was a really unfortunate timing coordination for Frank Esports. CFO are able to turn all of their attention on the Camille, instantly take him out, and the rest of the fight goes quite easily for CFO. So we'll watch this. CFO, unfortunate Pretender doesn't get the start, and this is when Camille decides to go in as well. And CFO are just like, well, you know what? Let's just focus on the Camille. There's it's a very easy target selection. Holo is gone, Pretender's on the other way. Eminem nearly claws this one back with a huge Ultra Shock laser, but unable to get it done as Rest comes in and cleans up his hopes afterwards. Rest has just been absolutely massive. 12.14. The Gwen nerfs are already through. Only 50% true damage onto the middle section of the Snip. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, nobody tell Rest. He's putting out massive numbers here, and the coordination, the difference between the way these two teams play is on display. However, you do see, whoa, what was that? The knockaway, but Gemini, he tried to get them out of there, and Gary said, no, you're coming with me.
That was so unfortunate. I don't think it's supposed to work that way. How can someone actually be in the stomach of Tom Kench in the moment that the hero's verdict also knocks them back? That doesn't seem right to me, but
that's
it did
what
happen.
We call a fadeaway, Clement.
Definitely didn't work out.
Kench.
Now's the 5v4.
Yeah, this opens up the opportunity that Frank were hoping for. They did lose Soul, but they do have Baron. However, this could still be the fight. The AoE damage pretty real here as Mission gets his ultimate hijacked by Pretender. The Baron's still procced, but they've gotten a little squeamish on it right now. Carrie's getting caught, rooted up. They turn the fight right now with the 5v4. That is going to be Big Zero ultimate, not doing nearly enough as Shun just finding way too much damage. Eminem is forced to go into stasis and taken out of this one. Mission getting the kill credit. Pretender doing all he can, but he will surely fall. And Holo soon after carries, limps away. And with the numbers disadvantage, CFO dominate Frank Esports.
Oh, that crowd control usage was just such a beauty from CFO. They managed to land the gravity field and also the hollowed mist to cut off the entire left side. Even though Frank Esports had the numbers advantage, the left side of their flank could not go forward. And that meant that the rest of the damage from CFO could just focus on the right. They've been playing this sectioning game so beautifully this time. It really just shows you the mastery of CFO when they get these composition, when they have the scaling advantage, when they have the range advantage. They really understand how to play with all of these sides. So we're going to start off with Koala's, actually Gemini's unfortunate run in with Tom Kent. Look, that's not supposed to happen. Yeah, that's
the windup is unstoppable. It was already happening.
Okay.
But I love that from Carries, just saying, no, you're coming with us. And this is where it goes a little wrong for Frank Esports, though.
So look at this, CFO are 4v5, they don't have Moonlight Vigil, but watch what they do to win the game here. They do a sort of feint engage, they bait Frank Esports in, they all go out, and look at this crowd control. They drop the Gravitum right on top of the depth charge, across the needlework. The left side, Rest is able to hold 1v3, and Eminem falls down, finding himself 1v4.
And already, Frank Esports are losing more members as they tried for an engage. No idea how that one got set up the top. Holo forced to flash away, Rest on the chase. That needlework, and he's just cutting him down to size. Rest is an absolute beast this game as he goes forward. He says, it doesn't matter if you swallow Eminem, I'm taking him too. They do get out just barely. But I don't know if CFO could be stopped at this point, Clement. This is looking like a game one done and dusted.
There's a 5v3 push already. Pretender doesn't really have the wave clear, so it's going to come down to Eminem. I think CFO are going to look to push this cannon in. They definitely have an angle to close things out.
Yes, they do. Pretender with the last-ditch effort to try and make the play, but his allies are falling all around him here as Eminem gets rooted up and pulled back in by Koala, who's just been on point with these hooks. And if there was any question as to whether or not CFO needed some time to get back up to speed with their support, well, I think we got our answer here. 33 minutes in, they will claim the Nexus and game one of this best of 5.
And we were asking the question, what would CFO's form look like as they came in? They dropped 4 games in the last 2 weeks, and they look like one of the shakiest teams coming into postseason. Once Koala is back into the rosters, all of those questions are gone. The engages are smooth. The way they section and portion their crowd control in the team fight was masterful, coming in from Gemini, Mission, and Koala at the same time. Really beautiful to see them play with the geometry in those 5v5s. And You know, it just shows that CFO are once again back as one of our biggest contenders. We're going to take a look at how that all started off. YSCam was already dead when we look back into the live picture here. And it's just kind of a two-man game with plenty of crowd control going his way. Def Charge held on to get the two-man right in time with mission for the Chaos Storm. And they just dunked down on 2 kills, opened the base up afterwards.
Yeah, Rest just cleaning things up. He almost gets the triple kill here, and
oh boy,
I'd be a little surprised if Rest doesn't end up with the MVP award, to be completely honest. I think that was some fantastic playing. His Gwen held its own so many times, but everyone on CFO did exactly what they needed to do, and yeah, their form is right back. Like, sure, there were a few stumbles, a few chaotic fights, maybe some overstepping, maybe some limit testing, who knows? But they got the W at the end of the day, and they are looking oh so good.
I would say, personally, my MVP would still go over to Gemini. I think he had the most critical play in the early game because we saw that the picks from FAK Esports were actually working. They wanted to play a topside game. They wanted to go a little bit harder early with the Xin Zhao, and they got a 2-kill lead already off of Koala and off of Rest. But what really stopped that surge was Gemini and his hero's verdict, who was able to just throw the Xin Zhao into the backline, a critical team fight on 2 ends, and Xin Zhao does 0 damage, while you see CFO gobble up the 2 sides on both the mid lane and also the Camille. I feel like that was the most important play this game because it made sure that FAK Esports weren't going to run away with the early skirmish.
I really think that after a couple of times of falling prey to it, they really downloaded the YSKM flank and were just able to predict multiple times. Great vision coverage, tracking, using Rest as sort of like a buffer zone. And then YSKM got a little frustrated. I think he tried to dive in, tried to make the plays. You could see this is what happens when a hot rookie player is not allowed to dominate a lane. Gets a little bit flustered, tries to force the issue. And I do think Frank were forcing it quite a lot because they knew they'd lose out in the scaling game. And they just weren't able to find enough fights going in their way. I think it was a very scrappy game 1. I think they have some work to do in the draft in particular. I would love to see something other than the Xin Zhao in Holo's hands because we really saw the limitations of that champion's abilities.
I think CFO came in with beautiful prep. If you just look at the draft that they did, they pretty much sent FAK Esports on the way of a triple dive composition. They know it's most likely 1-3-1. They know that they like to play with Zeri, which doesn't have the longest range in a lot of these late game team fight situations. And they play them with the Poppy, they play them with the Nautilus and the Gravity Field, and they just say, hey, if you're going to play triple dive, try to dive through this. That's just so impossible unless you get a huge early game lead. Like, once this draft was through, once you knew that FAK Esports didn't have that 5,000 gold lead at like 20 minutes, it was going to be very, very rough. And just look at how easy Gemini can play this. He has his eyes on each separate diver. Pretender comes in, he gets hit by a bunch of crowd control. Then you have Koala going in with the triple knockup on the other side. You know, this fight could have gone far better for CFO. You know, CFO honestly could have wiped the top side for FAK Esports if they landed the Moonlight Vigil. And honestly, this fight was already a masterclass from YSKM. For it to be this close against this type of a team fight composition was, it does show that FAK Esports have a lot of genius, but in terms of the draft, it was just too much to overcome.
Oh yeah, I think that Frank have shown that they have some clutch factor, they have the ability to play, and they know how to unlock their players. But the issue is, so does CFO, and they're better at it. Like, it's like the old meme. It's like, who are you? I'm you, but better. Because they've had more time together. They have a lot more experience on the Rift. I mean, you're talking about the gap in the XP. Look at just the mid lane. Pretender is great. He's a fantastic player, part of the PSG system. He's been looking good, although he whiffs a little bit every once in a while. But Mission, that's a man who does not whiff. And he comes in here, does a lot. Holo jumps on him. YSKM tries to force this issue. And look at the communication, the instantaneous reactions as soon as Gemini makes the play. YSKM's an absolute dead man. Eminem almost becomes the hero. I do think a big clutch factor for this player. Massive Ultra Shock laser. And he gets him right out there. But Mission's like, no, I got Azanias. Gemini and Shun, they try to keep him at bay. Yes, he falls. Rest turns the attention. It's just fantastic team fighting. Great target selection from the Flying Oyster.
Absolutely beautiful stuff. And you could tell that Gemini was holding on to his E the entire time, just waiting for Camille to come over the map like that. And that's what makes, I think, CFO's range combat so powerful, is that they actually hold on to crowd control for the most important champions coming in here. You know, they know Xin Zhao is not a damage threat. Even with the 4 kills, even with the Core Drinker, you don't need to save crowd control for him. Once YSKM comes in, they just dump their damage onto him. And you can see in the damage charts, Camille not able to get things done.
Not at all. And I think CFO just really understood what they needed to do to win this game, surviving out in some of the lanes. Some great plays from Frank, but you can see where it started to go wrong there as the gold lead just climbed and climbed and climbed to become Mount Everest by the end of the game. CFO getting that game won pretty handily after a little bit of back and forth. I do think the Chaos, some of those skirmishes where they pushed a little too far, that could be an opening for Frank in future games. Yes. But the draft definitely has to get a little tighter.
Yeah, I think for Frank Esports, they might want to try and speed things up. I would say that in terms of a tempo game plan, Frank Esports has actually shown much more potential than CFO. CFO kind of picks scaling champions and just win their lanes somehow, but they can be overrun. I want to see them try out the Sivir compositions. I want to see them have more engage on the side of carries.
Yeah, and our MVP for this game is, in fact, going to be Rest. I think Gemini certainly was an honorable mention, Poppy doing Poppy things, but Rest was just a beast. I wanted to give him an MVP, Clement, just because he survived against YSKM.
Yeah, that is no small feat, and this is going to be the 4th game running that Rest is able to contain the rookie in YSKM. Coming in from IG Young, you know, he's got the shy credentials behind him, but he can't top the OG in the PCS league right here. 28% damage, 4,500 gold at the end. And even though Gwen has been sliding a little bit down the roster, I still think Gwen is so good in these situations where you know the dive is coming.
Yeah, the experience, the old hand is good there. Maybe once YSKM has about 6 splits in this region under his belt, maybe that's when things are going to shift up. But for the time being, Rest did great. Gemini helped him out when needed. The entire team did exactly what they needed to get the win. And we'll see if they can do it again, or Frank will fire back right after this break.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
How long can it last, you ask me? As long as you want, if you give it a try. But you still got a past, you ain't past yet. You gotta let go and leave it behind. Can you tell me now, baby? You gotta let me know. If you're all in, can you say it aloud, baby? You gotta let me know. So just say the words. I know that I can't get enough. I feel the vibe every time we touch. Oh yeah, you can decide and who you trust. Give me a sign if it's right, then we can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. Leave all the confusion behind you. So many doors that are open wide. We'll start something new and exciting. Nothing to lose and no reason to hide. Can you tell me now, baby? You gotta let me know. If you're all in, can you say it aloud, baby? You gotta let me know. So just say the words. I know that I can't get enough. I feel the vibe every time we touch. Oh yeah, you can decide and who you trust. Give me a sign if it's right, then we can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. We can climb on waterfalls. There ain't nothing stopping us. We can climb on waterfalls. Promise that you give the most, and it started out like oh so close. Now it's hard to keep you on the phone, on the phone. No matter what I do, you're never satisfied. You don't believe my words, although I never lied. Are you a devil in disguise? I don't get why you're so heavy on my mind. You're so heavy on my mind. Heavy on my mind. You're so heavy, no, I'm not ready for it. Because you're heavy on my mind. You're so heavy on my mind. Heavy on my mind. You're so heavy, no, I'm not ready for it. Because you're heavy on my mind. You promised that you give the most, and it started out like oh so close. Now it's hard to keep you on the phone, on the phone. No matter what I do, you're never satisfied. You don't believe my words, although I never lied. Are you a devil in disguise? I don't get why you're so heavy on my mind. You're so heavy on my mind. Heavy on my mind. You're so heavy, no, I'm not ready for it. Because you're heavy on my mind. You're so heavy on my mind. Heavy on my mind. You're so heavy, no, I'm not ready for it. Because you're heavy on my mind. I got to know, what do I feel inside? I lose control, can't keep you off my mind. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, I think it's time, I need to take a chance to cross the line, so I can understand. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, 'cause you give me something I never.
就要被厉害给显示，完了，德国军推到3个，终于推到4个，这边的就是一个2打3的画面的 triple kill。电子助手就要被厉害给显示，完了，我们的 Rock 看起来没打得好，但是自以为这个世界给弹回来，又是 Alex 的一个壁咚，准备要在这一波将 CFO 人全员冲掉。差了一个位置，又是第3个，哎呀！然后拿了一个搭手，开始持续的追击，现在的话瞄准他的 triple， 被波手他换了一个治愈，多你一个治愈之后就被点输了。看这个红魔的一个推，拿着不双盲pier效果把小兵给推了回去。
And welcome back, everybody, once again to the PCS Summer Split. In our best of 5 series, CFO, the higher seed and definitely the expected team, find themselves up 1-0, but not without a fight from Frank Esports. We'll have to see if the latter can find their way back, fire back into this one. Clement, how are you feeling about that so far?
As we have seen, the team that does lose ends up having the side selection, and Frank Esports are now going to shift over towards the blue side. So a couple of big champions I want to see them try to pick up is those champions that force the tempo. CFO are really good at hanging back, but if you can just throw a punch and kind of smash their guard in, then you have a shot. So I'm really looking at that Ahri and that Sivir to make a difference.
To see if they both make it through this time around. Before we get into the pick and ban, I do want to take another moment to shout out our sponsor, CTBC Bank, of course, not only sponsoring our league, but also the CTBC Flying Oyster. We'll see if they can continue to fly high. And speaking of flying high, I want to thank our other sponsor. Throughout the playoffs, we have China Airlines with us for making the PCS possible. Thank you so much. Now, Clement, coming into this second game, you talked about a couple of those picks being instrumental. I also want to see the jungle making some changes because that Xin Zhao just could not do anything against the Poppy. I feel like the Poppy's ban-worthy too.
Absolutely. If you're trying to go triple dive composition, it's so easy for Gemini to just cancel out that. You know, he has 2 abilities that can shut you down, the Steadfast Presence, the Hero's Verdict as well. It's just too hard to force your way through a Poppy. And I don't think we've seen a single Xin Zhao win in these last 2 days here. So I'm not sure why the Xin Zhao was selected. I feel like it's not good enough to just think that you want a good early game and pick the Xin Zhao. That to me, I just think that the Trundle could do a much better job if the early game is all you're going for. In the meantime, CFO very much aware of what could be the threats here. They're banning the Ahri, and with the Kalista off the table, I think there's a pretty high chance that the Sivir is going to go along with it.
Yeah, you know, we haven't seen too many wins coming through. You talked about a little earlier for, you know, the Xin Zhao. I don't think we've seen Zeri win in the playoffs so far. That's a big fat 0-5, if I'm recalling correctly, for that champion.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit odd for Zeri. I don't think the nerfs actually hit her all that much. She's still very much played, very high priority. But the fact is, I think teams have gotten better at just playing around her. The fact that you can attempt to outrange her, you can go in with more, I think, obviously Sivir, just moves the lane and has more pressure in the situations here. So this is what I wanted. I wanted Frank to try and play an early game composition, and I don't think Gwen's the correct answer here. I would actually much rather see the Camille being selected. Gwen is not a champion that starts popping off in the early game. It takes a while to rev up. So taking away the Wukong, I think, is a much better chance here. You can save the red side pick for later.
Yeah, deny Frank Esports' chance to get a very powerful, engaging jungler. I think we need to see some different answers out of Holo. That's going to be the Aphelios locked in for Shun yet again here. We'll get to play it once more. See what Frank pair with the Sivir in their composition now.
Yeah, so a couple of big champions that are great against the Sivir composition. You have to think about the Alistar. I would say that is a good champion for both Koalo and carries. And, you know, if you see the Sivir, if you see the Camille, you're pretty much guaranteed to be going up against a rundown composition. So the support position becomes incredibly important. The supports that we've been seeing coming out, Rakan and the Renata and the Alistar, all of these are great options at just stopping people dead in their tracks when they're trying to just chase it down.
Yeah, speaking of chase, though, we will add the Nautilus in for that hook potential. Koala just had a stellar performance on it last game. See if it's going to do the same for carries. Over on CFO's side, Mission would very much prefer to get a champion like this Victor yet again.
I would say this has been Mission's weakest split in terms of his champion pool. Victor is not a champion that a lot of people are still playing on this patch. He has very little input in the games earlier on. He doesn't get wave clear until he gets his first Hex Tech core evolve here. So I think this is leaving the windows open for Frank Esports. They have a lot better engage here. They have the speed up coming in from Sivir that can empower the entire team, and they also have the Nautilus, which I prefer a lot more compared to the Tom Kench here. So I don't really like this Victor. I think this Victor is a little bit suspect here. I'd much rather than just go for a support pick a little bit earlier on and just lock in that Alistar, which has been able to just shut down Sivir comps.
A lot has been made of Mission in this split. It does feel like, it doesn't really matter what the patch has been, he has sometimes struggled, sometimes suffered a little bit because he likes these control mages, he likes to stick to the back, but even then, you just ban things like the Azir out, like Frank did in this game, and he starts to fall back onto things like Orianna or Syndra. Syndra got some, inadvertent buffs as well, and now we're like, okay, he's still playing Victor. What's going on, Mission?
Yeah, there's so many good answers, I think, to Victor. It's just, he's very gankable, and, you can just roam Camille. You don't pay attention to the lane. It starts things to snowball quite easily here. So if we look at Frank Esports' side, they definitely have a couple big champions up. A Vi here would be very devastating, I think, for their composition. They could just charge in on the Aphelios. And because Vi is unstoppable, you get to go through the gravity field. You get to disregard the Cyclone. I think that would be a huge champion for them. And once again, I think the Gwen's too slow. I would much rather prefer the Renekton here, especially when you already have the Victor. I think Renekton is a much safer bet.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. So it looks like their late game is going to be in the hands of the two carries, but they can start things up early on with that Renekton, with that Wukong.
Yeah.
It'll be an absolute zoo up top lane. And this is something I wanted to see. Ooh. Go back. No, forget the Akali. Forget the Rengar. Go back to the Nocturne. Go back to the Nocturne.
Come on,
do it, Holo.
Lock it in.
Come on.
Let's go.
Come on.
Again, this is another champion that cannot be stopped during the charge. And we get it. You predicted this. Oh, wow. This is such a smart pick.
I feel so vindicated.
You can shove the wave in a lot harder after the Umbral Blade buffs. And okay, I don't think this is. It's actually going to be a Nocturne jungle.
Yeah.
All right.
No. Okay.
So still Silas mid.
I neglected to say that's what I was expecting actually out of Holo, because the dive is there. Obviously into the poppy can also work, but I like this for turning off the lights, not letting CFO pair up well. What they do, their coordination is there. If they can't see each other, well, they can't see the enemy team at least, that's going to be a little harder to do. And I like the Silas in the mid for Pretender because it lets him stick to people, and we've already seen what he can do when he can do that. So the Braum is there to try and dissuade a little bit of that on the CFO side, but this Frank comp looks pretty darn good.
Oh, it's massive. I really love this composition from Frank Esports. This time around, they're all inning on the dive. I think their previous composition was a little bit split in where they wanted to go. They had that Zeri Tom Kench aspect that I don't think fit with the rest of the team. But this time, it's not only triple dive, it's also engage support and on the hunt coming in from the AD carry. So this is a much more focused composition coming in from Frank's Esports side. And I would say it's going to be harder for CFO to actually get to that late game damage. You have that power trough where Renekton's going to start falling off, and because of the champions that are going to be rushing out of Aphelios most likely has to go for an early BT, which delays a bit of his damage coming in later on as well. So this time around, CFO have to make it much further into the late game for their 5v5 to work out.
Yeah, and at that point, you're going to also be reliant on rest, just being able to stuff what YSCam can do. That early game, jungler is going to be very important, but there will be a bigger impact for Gemini. You have to think early on. We'll have a lot easier of a time pre-6. Once level 6 happens, though, that's when the switch is flipped. Turn the lights out and create some chaos. I am looking to Holo to be the hero in this game for Frank.
Yeah, there's so many good flanks that he could pull off here, and the thing about Frank's composition is that they could start the engage from very far away because you turn the lights off, you deny the TPs from coming into the fights. You have on the hunt to just do massive distance lane ganks. Just imagine this scenario. You're going into the bot lane, there's two people pushing bot, you turn the lights off, and then you charge on the hunt and run into the bottom side. CFO are not going to even see anyone before the paranoia, and then they're going to find themselves dead.
Yep, that could make all the difference. Really excited to see what Holo can do on this Nocturne. We'll need him to be active even more than he was the last time around. Frank may be down a game. Ooh, speaking of active, look at this. The level 1 forcing the flash out of Mission for free. Oh, that was beautiful.
Mission, why were you going forward? This has been kind of a constant thing that we've seen when teams go up against Mission. They always try to nab his early flashes. And to be honest, Mission has been someone who often wanders a little bit too far than he really needs to be. I don't really understand why he needed to be in that position he was in.
Mission is stubborn, right? I mean, this is one of the flip sides of being a veteran player. Sometimes you get a little stuck in your ways, you know, like old man Victor just wants to do his thing, wants to get his glorious evolution. These kids need to get off his lawn, but he burns his flash, stepping too far forward. Doesn't lose his life, though. And we'll check in at the start of this one as Rest and Wisecam. Should be a very exciting 1v1.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be slightly favored towards the Renekton early on. He's been a old school counter to Camille. Meanwhile, we do have, this time around, flashes for both sides into the top laners. I think the junglers are going to be a little bit slower in this one. There's not a whole lot of kill threat onto the Renekton. You don't want to force your chances too much there. So I do expect both of these junglers to just head for their level 6, go for their big ultimates, rather than look for too many ganks.
Yeah. I will expect potentially some solo kill action as well, though. If Wisecam fancies a chance, he may go in, but he is playing for a little bit more sustain. He has the Grasp of the Undying, worth keeping in mind on that one. Shun finds a little bit of damage. Some chakrams onto carries. This 2v2 down bottom. A little bit of love taps, but Holo with the level 3 has himself the red buff, and Nocturne has Unspeakable Horror. If he finds Mission, no flash here. There's the follow-through.
For it.
Tender gets that stun off. Oh, just finds it, playing and respecting the gank potential. Mission denies the kill.
Really nicely done by Mission. The positioning there was quite well held. He likely had some premonition that the Nocturne was going to be coming in from the right side there, so he's able to keep away. And meantime, in the top lane, we got a lot of trading going back and forth with Wisecam getting some help.
Yeah, there we go. Just a little bit of a carpet being thrown down. The Dustbringer can't quite get as actively involved, and a couple of gank attempts don't result in anything. I think that's a win for CFO here, as denying a little bit of farm potentially is Gemini making his move into the jungle. He will actually spot Holo on the Grom.
Yeah, and you have to say that Gemini is getting a sizable lead here. It's already 2 camps up on top of Holo after those 2 ganks. Weren't able to really establish much of a lead.
Nice hook onto Koala. He throws down the Unbreakable, immediately denies most of that damage, but Nautilus continues to very much pay dividends to the team that picks him up. Carries finding a great one through the minion wave.
It just seems like Nautilus can do no wrong in the PCS playoffs. It's always been this way.
Specifically the PCS playoffs. I feel like other regions try to use it. It doesn't quite work as well for them all the time. But something about these players.
Coming into this one, Rest just getting the Bone Plague down, and on 12.14, that's a very long cooldown, up to 55 seconds right now. You have the wave pushing in with some rage on Rest, so I think Wisecam, he's just going to straight back into this one. He doesn't want to play this too risky, and they know that the Nocturne is not on his side of the map either, so well done here by Wisecam. I also want to commend the way that Gemini has been just playing the top side. He's been holding on to Rest's hand very closely. He forgoes his red buff, makes sure that the scuttle is taken, makes sure that there's double wards here onto the top side, and then he finally turns around to clean up his red and his Crux.
And they're keeping the vision clear as well. Like, Nocturne can come quite a ways, but he's got to be floating over one of those wards sooner or later, and one will drop down in mid-river. But even so, Holo's going to have a little more time before he will be able to make those big paranoia plays. He's still only level 4. Of course, so is Gemini. But as you mentioned, behind on camps, finally catches back up. We'll see what Carries does on this roam here, as he does get immediately spotted.
Yeah, we do have Mission now with the TP back up again, so I do expect bot lane to be the most valuable game position as Rest.
Oh, nice hook shot. Gets that extra bit of damage. Rest, though, does not have Dominus. Wisecam, he flashes and forces the flash out to secure the solo first blood.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Wisecam. You can dodge the auto attacks once it has gone through. Wisecam not even blinking after that kill. A lot of killer instincts coming in. It's beautiful stuff from him. Knowing
that's
that
why they call it precision protocol.
yeah, it does chase you quite a distance right there. Once the animation has already gone through, it doesn't matter if you can flash through it or not. So we'll watch this chase down once again. Rust actually just gets caught in a really odd position with not much
he had
rage.
a slice or dice left either.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's a cold meek, that's it. But the flash fork, man, and even miscalculates because the windup was already happening. The empowered auto. Oh boy, and Eminem now gonna get caught. Spell shield, however, he does get stunned for just a second on the back half. It burns both sums, but so does Shun. And they don't get anything off of it. Mission taking a lot of damage. And it's gotta be very annoying to play against a Silas because everything you can do, he can do too.
This is very close to kill range for the Nocturne as well, so I don't think Mission can actually stay around here. He's banking on the fact that he still has the flash, but he definitely needs a lot of help from Gemini. Yeah, there you go.
I think this is Gemini's doing a good job at shadowing up Rest earlier, although he does turn on Pretender here. He was doing the same thing in mid. I do think that is hampering his potential to set up plays earlier, though, right? Like Holo has been able to be more proactive on the map because Gemini has been spending a lot of this early game making sure that he shadows him effectively.
And to be honest, I think that's just the way he wants to play this one. Wise Cam, though, coming in.
Mission flashes into the Hextech ultimatum. However, he's going to be able to walk it out. It's a lot of damage on tower shots. Really good job, but the gravity field slows it down. But Carries is not going to let this one walk away. Or maybe he will, but not easily enough.
This is getting kind of ridiculous here. Carries actually has to flag the shot on the back. Yeah, Mission's too experienced for postseason to kind of make those mistakes by staying underneath his own tower, especially against a Nocturne.
He's forced to flash too. What's going on with supports right now?
That was a bit of a yakety sax clan car situation for both of these supports coming in there. Like Victor's not going to stay there when Nocturne's on the map. And he knows that Nocturne's almost level 6. Okay, so I think that was definitely an overreach from both supports. Each side cancels this out, and I don't think either one of them are going to be touching the Drake either.
Yeah, it's a lot of flashes burned. You could say it was a flash mob in the mid lane.
I'm trying not to laugh, but I did crack a smile right there.
You know what? The dad jokes, it's okay. You could roll your eyes as well, even if no one can see it. As 8 minutes into this game, it is a almost negligibly small gold lead for Frank Esports. The first blood really making the difference, and it was a solo kill for YSK. I mean, he loves getting those. He's already gotten himself off to a decent start, although the gold deficit coming in from the farm differential as he leads that mini wave in. Rest has just been able to push him out. The inherent advantages Renekton has.
I would say this is a massive power spike for Frank Esports here. They have a lot of their dive tools online, and if you look at the backline for Shun and Mission, neither of these have their flashes, so very easy for Frank to just snipe off a kill and then move on to other targets. I don't think CFO really want to contest this all that hard.
They are putting a show in, though. YSKM is moving forward. Pretender does have the Cyclone. They would have CC for days right now, but it's going to be started by a Gemini. Bringing in the Paranoia into the backline. They go, and everybody leaves their backside behind, and Pretender is going low in this one, but he is able to flash away from this now. YSKM being chased down. Rest calls the Meek and comes up with the second kill traded for 2 by CFO.
And Gemini somehow finds the finds the Smite War in that trade too. He is able to get away with the Herald. I felt like that fight was very much in favor of Frank Esports, but Gemini had too good of a start there. That was just amazing stuff from him. Once again, what Frank wants to do is they want to snipe off one of these backline targets, but what Gemini does is he actually goes in preemptively to make sure that he gets a ton of damage off. He also gets another Graviton stun right on top of a Chaos Storm. So even though they kill Mission, it doesn't really matter because Mission got all of his damage off. That was, I gotta say, CFO just outplayed.
He did.
That's not much to talk about afterwards. I feel like that was a situation where Frank definitely had the advantage, but CFO with the experience.
Well, one of the downsides of going for full dive is into a Victor. Victor, even if he can't see who's coming for you, all you got to do is throw all your stuff on top of yourself.
Yep.
And you know
you got that ER down, your job is through.
Yeah, exactly. So like that is one of the weaknesses here. I think you'd much rather be diving on top of Shun. You'd much rather be going for Gemini or even Rest, even though he's going to probably turn into a big stat stick later in this game. Pretender is completely caught right now, and he dashes, but not long enough, and the gravity field keeps him locked up for long enough for the collapse to come through. Koala actually getting him on the final hit. That was a bit of an odd misplay, a bit of an odd mispositioning from Pretender.
Yeah, there was no paranoia on Nocturne, so they were very confident in the 3v1 situation. It just seemed like Pretender was caught off in one of those situations where he was trying to reset the wave, and CFO now to a very strong position. I do think that they might be looking forward to getting that, as we see Rest going for the all-in now.
It's a level advantage. Hook shot, the chase down, tack sweep, Rest getting turned around, slices and dices. As the Nocturne is coming, Holo has paranoia, but with the dominance, they're not going to be able to take him down. So there's always the solo kill potential on both sides of this matchup, especially when YSKM and Rest are involved.
Yeah, either side playing very close to the wire here, and we do have Gemini now looking for a backwards drop onto this ward.
Gets the first charge of the Cyclone down on the carries, but the rest of the team isn't quite there in time. He tried to get the deletion, however, Eminem is dishing some serious damage to him, and YSKM is coming to cut him off, and this is going to be good off the hook shot and that precision protocol and powered auto. They take down Gemini, who just stayed a little too long and pushed too far ahead of his team.
Yeah, I don't think he actually saw the TP here. Now this is kind of a weird trade. I'm not sure it's all that favorable for YSKM. He does get the kill there, but meanwhile on the top side, Russ is very happy to chow down. I think this is going to be 2 plays for him.
I think so. Not to mention some minions after the fact, too. Like, Renekton just shreds these things. And okay, he doesn't get the plate off that, but he will soon enough. And the CS lead continues to grow. I love that YSKM's trying to make the plays for his team, and right now he's going to try to do something with it. As he throws down the ultimatum, gets a lot of damage. No dominance, remember. Even with that rage building, YSKM knows he can get this. Flashing forward, follows through, waiting for that tax, waiting for the hook shot. He will be able to get it without either and get out, so that was definitely worth it.
Oh, the Plate of Greed killed the Renekton right there. You know, Rest, he's kind of smiling here. He knew he wanted that 160 gold, but this ends up being a genius play from YSKM. The TP gets him a kill in the bottom side. He gets another kill on the top. Now already, I think he's back in the gold lead for sure after that play. Has his mythic, but on the flip side, CFO are going to start opening up with the Aphelios and moving into the Drake at the same time. So this is a very interesting situation. We have Frank Esports, I think, decidedly with the side lane advantage right now. But on the other hand, CFO can move their bottom lane to where they want earlier and try to shut down Camille. So it's going to be a lane allocation war where Frank wants to keep it standard and CFO want to put that Aphelios on top of Camille.
The Gale Force Complete first does really help out. Shun looking pretty decent this game and a healthy CS lead over Eminem, but YSKM has already shown that he can get some outplays, so that Camille's going to become an issue. And Rest Star is going to be fading just a little bit. The more and more this game goes, he does have Gore Drinker now, so he should still be able to hang pretty tough up against YSKM for a time. But you have to think, the 4-1 starts to get a little scary for CFO on that 3-1 Camille.
Yeah, and they have a lot of help with this 4-1. They have the Nocturne with the Stride Breaker already being built, so that's another slow to throw on top of Camille. This Silent's going to be, I think it's going to be impossible to save. Like, if Mission walks into Camille, he's probably just instantly dead. So, Frank Esports do have a lot of ways to kind of stretch out the map and avoid playing into a 2v2, but they do have to remember that the late game still revolves around 5v5s, and you still have to go through the Victor. You still have to go through the Aphelios late game. And if I'm Frank Esports, I would much rather not play a 35-minute game than try to constantly split push. I think the onus is still on Frank to make this a bit of a faster.
Yeah, I think you're right. They are going to try and set up for these plays. Look at Holo around the side. Gemini and Mission joined by Koala and Shun. Everybody's coming to the party, though, and you can see the ping starting to come up. Rest doesn't have TP, and he is way off the other side of the map. Pretender going forward. Here's the paranoia. They move the catch in. That's Stridebreaker trying to keep him locked up. But Holo, his job is done. He's forced to flash away. The rest of CFO managed to rally here, but the Hextech ultimate comes down. Pretender is able to move in. He's holding on to that ultimate again. Himself the Chaos Storm coming through, and now they find the damage. A double kill for Eminem. Looking for more. They do manage to lose the Silver, but it doesn't matter. The triple kill. That's going to be enough for the Quadra. No, it's YSKM with the steal. They lose Pretender, but they get everything else.
Beautiful play. This is what we wanted to see out of Frank Esports composition. The immense amount of chase down potential they can get, and also the fact that they can just turn off the lights, cancel the TPs, make it very hard for CFO to know where they're going in the dark right there. They're able to cast them out in that corridor, the ricochet onto everyone in close quarters. So even though the start of the fight looks pretty dicey for the side of Frank Esports, because it's a 5v4, they're able to play this really recklessly. They're able to chase down a lot of times just going with the flashes here. They have that 5v4 situation. You know, even though Shun comes in and it looks kind of bad at the start, Eminem in this choke is just shredding everyone.
Yeah, I really like what Frank did to approach that, is they knew that in the small choke point, they were gonna have to deal with missions E and R. Yeah. So what they do is they send a Holo in to just completely bait it out. He lasts for about 4 or 5 seconds and then flashes, and then they counter collapse around the side. Pretender steals away a Chaos Storm of his own. They set things up. Eminem gets a triple, and now Pretender is going to be coming in once again. Now looking for the collapse. Shun, Koala, Gemini could be caught out. They do manage to find Pretender here. The Chain Lash coming down to keep him locked up for just a time as he steals the Braum ulti. And the teleport is forced out of mission here to try and even these odds. All of a sudden, Rez's side lane is turning into a liability because he can't TP to the team.
Yeah, and that was actually so well timed by Frank Esports. They came in when the Glacial Fissure was off and the Moonlight Vigil was off.
Going in,
now
Paranoia.
they have another chance at Shun.
Yeah, they do. They look for that. Aphelios not going to find him just yet. Here we go. They will be able to get this at the end of the day, but Koala doesn't quite go down. Holo a little bit low already for the Chaos Storm on the backside. That's going to be enough on the second wind effort. Rest is arriving way too late to this party. Or is he? Pretender locked up by Koala, and Gemini will finally fall down as Rest has got that dominance on. We've got ourselves a good old 3v3, but nobody wants to keep this fight going.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-for-2 in the end right here, and this time Shun does manage to get all the way into the battlefield. This time CFO actually do have their ultimates there. Glacial Fissure played a big role in just cutting off the backline. So Frank Esports, I would say this is kind of a win for CFO. They managed to stabilize the situation to get the kills across the board right here. Let's watch it again. Pretender, though, does a great job at finding Shun throughout all of this. Walks around the gravity field, around the Glacial Fissure to find the correct angle onto the abduct. Kill the 80 carry right off the bat. You know, that could have gone a lot worse for Frank Esports for sure, but because Pretender was able to walk around those slow fields, he's able to get Shun and equalize the fight out.
Yeah, I think the target selection was a little bit sus in the second of it because the really focus came down onto Koala, and his Unbreakable absorbed so much of the damage. I think if they don't select the Braum, that changes things a little bit. Herald does get popped in the mid, though, and the Dragon is being focused down by CFO. They may very well get it, but I think they're going to be losing out on towers. That mid lane's going down. And look at YSKM completely uncontested up top. Teleport already burned. The Renekton's nowhere in sight. The timing window for Frank is huge.
Yeah, they could still go into the top side, and you could see Frank still dealing, still able to head there, and I don't think CFO can follow. They don't have vision here. They could be chased down. Wukong's also on the map, so it's going to be a, how many towers is that? It's like a 3
it's like
for
almost,
1
I mean, it's like 2 towers, not to mention they also get an extra Shelly charge just barely as Gemini couldn't get a smite down in time, and that's pretty big right now. Frank, they grab a lot of gold for themselves as we're about to tick into 20 minutes.
A huge amount of gold being transferred over here, and I don't think CFO can chase. This is not their side of the map. They don't have vision established here. So they're just going to have to take the L. I think that was close to 4 towers being taken down in just one fell swoop from Frank.
Yeah, that was big. Yeah, they get the one in the mid. They get another charge down on the second tower. YSKM is able to lead the charge up top, and he even picks himself up the Ravenous off the back of it. So his split push is going to be huge. Critically looking where the kills are on this Frank Esports side, it isn't everybody you'd want them to be on.
Yeah, I think it's a really good spread this time around. Eminem does a lot of damage here, and the side lanes are already winning. So, you know, they don't. Of course, if they get kills, it's good. But when you're already in a winning situation, you can give some love towards the AD carry right here. And for CFO, I still think they're such a long way off. You know, look at Shun. As we expected, he does have to build into the Bloodthirster, not the highest damage dealing item. So it does mean that he's most likely going to be looking at 3rd and 4th items to really get to that power spike here. I will say the one thing for CFO that they do have going for them is the fact that they do have that 2 dragon stack. So what this means is that they can sit back and give Frank a couple more Drakes. It's going to be Clouds from now here on out, and Clouds honestly don't matter all that much. Like, you're not outrunning Frank anyway, so giving him a couple Clouds, not the biggest thing in the world. So I think CFO, they can just sit back and hope to hug their towers and just give over map objectives.
Yeah, this could slow down for a little bit for the time being, and while they're going to be waiting for Shun to ramp up in damage as he is on this build to try to be more sustained, Gemini and Rest are probably going to have to pick up some of that DPS slack. You can see the Chempunk Chainsword completed for the Renekton. Rest is going to have a fair bit to do for a while, but playing up to the big bruiser status, trying to keep him denied. I wouldn't be surprised if Polo goes like full spec into tank here, as his job is kind of just paranoia into the fight and draw as much pressure as possible.
Yeah, I think what he's going for is likely the GA here, and he knows that he needs a lot of HP to survive. So it's just going to allow him to constantly engage without giving over gold to the enemy carries. We also have seen Randuin just being a very popular build.
I've even seen Azania's built over in NA when they want like just the extra stasis. It's like, it's ridiculous. Like, what is Doctor going to do with that? But no, he walks it out. It's still going to be a tower though, down bottom. I mean, YSCam is just getting so much gold off this. Unlike last game, the Camille is very much online.
Yeah, he has the way with the split push this time. Even though he's still down CS, I think he could take down the Renekton 1v1 without too many problems here. CFO are putting themselves in a really weird spot. Renekton coming in
the
though.
back line. They bring in the Nocturne. Gemini locked up by carries for just a second as he gets out of there, and I don't think anybody from CFO was ready for this one. Mission tries to drop his full combo, and they do get a lot of damage. Holo trying to get out of there. Rest manages to slice and dice him down. It's Gemini and Koala just hanging out for dear life, but they are going to fall here. M&M just keeping him zoned, and they get themselves the full wipe exchange for just 2. That will be the Baron.
Yeah, and they get almost all the flashes on the backline, so Frankie Sports can run that once more. Massive fight coming in from them. I was really questioning why CFO were walking forward like that. Putting themselves in the middle of no man's land was a very suspect, and you saw YSCam with a beautiful flank onto the top side right there. What we saw was Karis able to get the Death Charge across multiple targets, Pretender able to just unleash extra burst damage across the backline. I believe he took the Chaos Storm, and then YSCam also closing off the flank. So we'll watch this again. Very suspect from CFO. I don't think you want to be out in the open like this. Mission even gets himself in range for Death Charge, flashes backwards, and brings it on top of his AD carry as well. Definitely a bit of an oopsies right here. You see both of the carries going down very early on into the fight. And Gemini, try as he might, he does take down the jungler, which he usually can't stop a Baron take, but Eminem is so fed. He hasn't died at all this game.
And we're right
this is looking really rough to hold on.
CFO are actually going to try to force the issue on this Dragon, but they immediately get cold feet, noticing that the rest of Frank are on the way. YSCam on the flank as well. The fights have already gone their way so many times. Gravity Field laid down. Here we go into the Paranoia. They're actually going to have Pretender with a Dominus as he just keeps them all locked up for days, and there is absolutely no shot for CFO. They get melted, deleted, denied, destroyed. Doesn't matter what you say. There's going to be a base to be paid for right now. CFO lose massively.
Yeah, just absolutely obliterated on top of that. Drake, nowhere to go. They run into that position, and that was a Drake I don't think they needed to contest for. I'm not sure why CFO thought that it was paramount to go for a Cloud Drake like that. They put themselves in a terrible position, and once again, if Death Charge is able to be used to start the fight out, CFO is just going to die to the ground control. Like, Should basically didn't even get his Moonlight Vigil off that fight. He just instantly popped.
Frankie Sports are just doing so well right now. They're finding so many angles. The Camille is so fed that she can deal with just about anyone, has the GA completed as well, and they've been able to unlock the secret, it seems, and the timing CFO needed to hang on for. It's slipping away from them so fast. Everything is going right for Frank and Clement. We're on the cusp of seeing them do what they've not been able to accomplish all split long, and that's beat CFO.
The game isn't over just yet, but it certainly feels like it. At this point, Frank Esports with the double GAs and Zhonya's in their front line, the best CFO can actually do is run away and reset the fight. That's likely their only option to stay alive. I don't see them closing out any of these fights. And if you look at the itemization from Shun, he is so far behind. He's 2.5 items versus 3.5.
He's never gotten to play in the team fights. They just keep jumping on his face. And yeah, the Bloodthirster, sure, you want to try and get the sustain, but he just doesn't do the damage. You've got a Sivir with 8 kills. It's got 3.5 items. The Camille can jump on you, lock you up for days, and I had to think that CFO might want to consider denying this away from YSKM in future games. Speaking of, he's just sitting in their base right now, and Rest can't really chase him off. It's going to open up another inhibitor tower. Frank Esports, they didn't opt to end before with the death timers being pretty low, but now they are pushing in for the win at 26.5 minutes.
Stripping open the base wide here. They're going to take the inhibitor. I don't think they're going to push too hard onto the double nexus. Probably just turn around for the bottom. Indeed, you already have Camille coming over here. They're just going to play this again, and I feel like you're going to see Camille kind of swap over positions in the mid lane, provide that potential flank coming in. Polo already setting up for that one, just waiting on the flanks right here. And this is going to be a tough defend from CFO. Once again, Shun doesn't have his flash here, so they walk forward. Frank could decide to close things right here, right now.
All right, Varese is going to try to make the play on the Paranoia. They actually completely deny the Croc as he gets rocked into his own tower. Nowhere he can do anything.
Lots of damage, though.
Gemini is going to try to force the issue, though. It buys enough time for them to turn the reset on the fight. Pretender isolated from the squad. You can see Polo trying to get out of there. That's going to be CFO actually managing the fight turn. How did it go so wrong for Frank Esports?
Oh, I feel like the proactive fight from Gemini was perfect. He actually gets everyone on top of the Cyclone in a Chaos Storm. That was such a smart way to play things out. I feel like Frank, they chased, they engaged, but they forgot about their own backline. The backline was kind of obliterated. Eminem didn't even have time to flash. We'll watch this again, but pay attention to what Gemini was able to accomplish. And the spell shield, once it was down on Eminem, Gemini actually goes backwards into the fight rather than protecting his own backline. And the Moonlight Vigil tags them right there. He gets the kill, plus the Triumph, heals up so much HP throughout all of that. And they use their tower as a backline defense system to then run forward. Wow.
That was something else. CFO managed to get back into that, just barely. That, whew, yeah, Gemini's the hero of the hour right there. They got to do that a few more times, I think, though, Clement, if they want to win this game.
It's still very much in Frank Esports' favor, but that was a massive shutdown goal going over to the other way, and we can see the damage potential now on the AoE from CFO. If Frank Esports want to engage, they have to be very careful about actually grouping up at this point. And with that fight, they actually take both of the GAs down on the front line too. So this becomes a fight where CFO not only can win with, but they can actually snowball the fight from start to finish. There's not going to be that gap in those GA timers anymore to kind of slow down the pursuit.
Yeah, and with the Baron coming up, this should be the take from Frank. It's not going to be easy for CFO to try and get out of their own basic contest, but they've bought themselves some time critically. That gets them back into this game to try and contest it some minutes down the line. We're getting closer to that 30-minute mark, and Frank realized it's not done and dusted. It's not locked up. You need to be able to finish the job. YSKM, he gets interrupted by Gemini. Does find the damage to push back onto him, and it's just so much burst coming out, but he burns the flash to do it.
And this is such an interesting way to build coming in from Gemini. He's actually going for the BF first, so just adding a little bit kill threat onto the backline. I do expect this still to be a GA. It's probably just a kind of a gap build here, but interesting to see that he does understand his role here, and the way that they've been winning team fights is actually creating that kill zone between himself, the Moonlight Vigil, and the Chaos.
Right. So, Frank Esports trying to ready up. We'll be able to take another dragon. They bought some time, or they have some time to work with, but with inhibitors coming back up, it's gonna look a little better for CFO going through here. Anathema's Chains completed by carries in this one.
Ooh, interesting here. I'm wondering who that's best put onto. I do think
I almost feel like Gemini at this point. You gotta get him out of the fight. Like, he's making all the difference.
Like Victor's probably the better target.
Yeah, I suppose, but yeah, and once he drops the combo, I'm not as worried. But we'll see what happens here. That tower looking pretty tasty. Let's see if they can get this one.
Ooh, all three inhibitors open at this point. CFO doesn't look like they can fight for either one here, so they're going to be pushed all the way back to their Nexus.
All right, one inhibitor falls. The next one's going to get taken by YSKM. They will have to try and defend their base the best they can, but losing out on damage to the Baron-empowered minions, all three inhibitors, it just means it's going to be a turtle situation. The holdout, you don't want to go for the dive, though, if you're Frank, until you can get someone to lead it down. It's just become a poke war. Paranoia is on. They're not going to pull the trigger. They're just taking towers instead. When they turn the lights out, they just go ahead and rob CFO blind, but here's going to be the last-ditch effort. Gemini goes forward, does not get popped as he moved back on the clone, but the Nexus is going to fall into chaos, and Frank Esports finally take down CDBC Flying Oyster.
Love the way that they played the final fight right there. They just instantly walked the minions into base. They had all three minion waves lined up at the same time. YSKM gets the mid inhibitor, also threatening the bottom side here. And I have to say, in this game, I felt like the problem was the Victor. Victor Vic just comes online way too late. It doesn't provide any sort of impact compared to the Silas and just his crowd control. And also because of the lack of impact in the mid lane, you see the build have to go for the Bloodthirster on the Aphelios as well. So the entire damage profile of CFO was shifted way too far into the back, and they still could not avoid being wiped a couple times into the mid game. I will say they actually held on quite well in the early, but the two times that they did overstep were way too costly.
I agree. I think there were some miracles to try and get back into that one. Gemini deserves an honorable mention. And there were ways to try and stymie the dive, but it just wasn't enough. And really intelligent play. I think the Nocturne usage by Holo was everything I wanted to see in this game. And barring a couple of mistakes and not respecting some of the damage dealers in those team fights, I really think Frank Esports stepped it up here, and I was wondering when they would find a win, when they would finally be able to take down Flying Oyster. Well, that answer was clearly in game number 2, and all of a sudden, Clement, we got ourselves a series.
Yeah, and this is the first time that Frank Esports has actually taken a game off of CFO. First time in 5 tries here. 5
games. Woof.
Yeah,
they did it, though.
To look at this draft once more, what I expected out of CFO in 12.14 is actually for them to go for more lane dominant strategies and try to play low to the ground. This is a patch where we see a lot more early action, and I'm a little bit surprised that this is the draft that they went for the Aphelios and the Victor, the super late game kind of combos that they have gone for. Remember, CFO has been able to just check Frank Esports in the laning phase. Even through this game, I felt like they did fine. So what happens when they actually pick counter picks, when they actually go for early game strategies? I feel like Frank Esports, I feel like CFO have not really tapped into their potential as the best laning team in the PCS. I think they're almost kind of losing by default to Frank's more aggressive strategies.
Yeah, I agree. I think you could call it untapped potential, even that they tend to play a little more late game champions and still roll games. Rest, of course, being a bit of an exception, but did get outplayed by YSKM. I'd like to see the rest of the lanes go for it. Maybe this is the time for CFO to roll out something like the Lucian Nami, get Shun off to a flying start, and shut down Eminem before he gets to a big kill threat. Lucian has been banned a little bit, but if they can bait it open, maybe that's the opportunity. I would love to see Mission as well on something like a Syndra, or even like a LeBlanc. I mean, the Orianna could still do a little bit early, but I don't know. I think this is a team that is kind of setting their ways in a few plays, and this was a big one, speaking of plays, for Holo going in, baits out the full combo, and just, all right, my job here is done. You guys finish it.
They have the 5v4. They're coming in from 3 different angles at the same time, and because Sivir can arrive on the battlefield a lot sooner than anyone else, they find the clean 5v4. This was one of 3 massive team fights that that FAK Esports managed to get to pad themselves a huge amount of gold and open up the base. So if you're playing against this type of team composition, you really have to just hang back and wait on the 35 minutes. I think this was a really weird sequence where we saw CFO try to contest Cloud Drakes. It wasn't even a Cloud Soul, it was just a 3rd Cloud Drake. And I don't think they needed to do this. They put themselves in terrible positioning. The paranoia stopped the ability for them to actually see the teleports coming in. And that just gave YSKM so many angles to find the backline. We also had the very unfortunate flash on top of Aphelios to start things off coming in from Mission. These team fights were honestly quite easy from FAK Esports. So now the ball is in CFO's court. How do you answer this sort of triple dive composition? What do you do when suddenly the script is flipped and you now have Eminem willing to play the Sivir first?
I think you nailed it with playing earlier game champions, right? Like if you just don't let the dive comp get rolling and then have to ride out into the late game, if you just fight them in the early, fight them in the mid, they have such strong laning advantages. And Gemini has been playing incredibly well as an aggressive jungler and saved a lot of the plays that would have gone south and even made a couple of the losses sting a little bit less. But this is how the game went. They were starting to build up a little bit of a gold lead, but the turnabout was huge there for FAK Esports off some miraculous fights. And this is a team that is clearly leveled up, and we saw the potential come to fruition this time around.
I think this was one of the best examples where FAK Esports actually played out their compositions in a correct fashion. A lot of times we compliment FAK Esports for being strong in their own lanes, but not having good focus in the mid to late game. This is definitely a showcase of their growth, especially with the time to prep during the postseason. We were kind of worried that they didn't have a good Sivir play, but they proved us wrong here with this all-in, very hyper-focused backline dive comp. And if you look at this gold graph, it still shows the same thing. CFO are still masters of the early game. Even with this type of a comp, they can hold out in the early game. I think for them, it's just about, playing towards this bot lane, getting a winning lane. In the meantime, though, YSKM, massive flanks, great angles of engages. He never let Shun play his game.
No, he didn't. And this guy is just ridiculous. The Camille has been prioritized so heavily, and you can see why. Sure, he's got high kill participation. You know he earns a lot of those himself. It all opened up with a solo kill, and man, like, Rest is good, but this youngster is definitely getting the better of him. This game, finally, they managed to topple CFO, and he was a big part of it. I think YSKM is going to remain a massive threat.
Yeah, the start off just getting the level 5 kill right before the Dominus comes online, set him off to a great start here. And I really want to see more out of this one. I want to see some of these bans unlocked. Look at the Jaxes, the Gwens, all the bans there. YSKM is going to be a beast, and we have so much of postseason to look forward to.
Yes, we do. Well, we certainly have a lot more to this series. We'll be back with Game 3 right after the break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Got me open. Take my heart as a set. You can choose my kind of fall in. Spell unspoken. Lift me up, bring me down. It's not faking, it's a crawling. Cause it's the way you move, like I can see it, but it's a real webs all around me. And you caught me. The things I say, and I'm in veins, and overplayed webs all around me. And you caught me, and you won't let go. Webs all around me, and you caught
so good. I've been thinking about you lately. I'm thinking that we should. I won't say nothing, baby. Nah, where you been, girl? I swear you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we could meet up after you finish working. You got the 5-star service. You got the 5-star service. You can be the samurai, you can be my master. Put me in your senses like I'm your egg chakra. I can feel your vibes throwing around me like a rafter. Coming so strong, you love it when I go faster. I'm loving your interior, no I wouldn't change it. Body is superior, other ones are basic. Thought you was inferior, you're wrong, you're amazing. Hey, nah, where you been, girl? I swear you looking hotter. You know I could always do you better. Switching positions whenever fed up. Let me show you. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service. You look so good, let me see you work it. Proposition on the side, you deserve it. No competition, girl, you 5-star service. Think we can meet up after you finish working. You got that 5-star service. You got that 5-star service.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with
Welcome back, everybody, once again to the PCS Summer Split Playoffs. We are all tied in the series at 1 apiece as FAK Esports came surging back to take down Flying Oyster. And speaking of Flying Oyster, you know who they're sponsored by, Clement? That's right, CTBC Bank, Taiwan's top financial institution, and they're certainly not stopping there, not until they have the title, it would appear. And China Airlines, of course, are also joining us for the playoffs. So, as we're flying high in this one, this series has certainly already delivered in 2 games.
Yeah, a lot of action happening. We're seeing the shifting of compositions and focuses across the board. But I would say that this series in general is going to be huge testament to the make or break of Mission. I feel like Mission has been, his stats have been great, but he's been one of the least impactful mid-laners. I think we can all agree on that. You know, he's been able to play one track super well. The Victors, the Azirs, sure, but the rest of the package is missing. We don't see the Aries, we haven't seen the Talias work for him. The Galio even has fallen off the radar for him. So I don't think Mission can cling on to, you know, one of the top mid laners if he cannot show us some more impactful champions in the early game. I really want to see Mission kind of break out of his shell and showcase the MVP status that he used to hold.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have to dip out of the champion pool necessarily, because he can pick up something like the Syndra, or he can take away the Silas. I would love to see that. I don't know if it's first pick worthy, but we'll have to find out. Ari banned by CFO, Azir banned by FAK, already mid lane pool getting hit, and there's the Silas ban. Pretender will have to do something different this time around.
I do want to say that this is a trap that FAK Esports is setting up because, never mind. I wanted to say they couldn't keep the Sivir open, and Eminem actually has a lot of weird champions that he's played up against the Sivir. You know, they played the Tristana Alistar combo. They have played, I think in the past, even the Draven. So, you know, they definitely have a couple cards up their hands, but, you know, they're going to keep the Sivir off for now. They're not going to challenge that one. They're just going to take the better of the hyper carry options on the table with this area.
All right. Azeri still hasn't won a game in the playoffs so far. We'll see if FAK can change that. I do like this a little bit better when they have the Sivir ban, but this is a similar draft strategy that they employed in game 1. It still didn't work out for them. This time, though, they complete the bot lane, grab themselves the Nautilus. I like this adaptation because it's clearly Nautilus has been having a blast this series.
Yeah, I think FAK Esports, it's the same thing we said in pregame. What they're typically lacking is engage. They don't have people to face tank because YSKM can't really go in first. So I like it when they pack their support and their jungler positions with people that can just start to fight. For CFO this time, they're going to go with the Talia. I will say Mission's Talia has been one of his weaker champions historically. He's this split, he's only had 33% win chance on this one.
1 in 3 games.
Not the greatest look for him, but hey, maybe things have improved in the postseason, and I think they desperately need an early game champion. So I approve this selection coming in for Mission to spice things up early.
Yeah, and Gemini does have that Poppy first pick, so there is a little bit of more pep in the step, I think, at CFO this time around. For FAK Esports, they know that Holo can play the Nocturne as well, so they got a lot of options, and YSKM has a lot of options himself. He picks up the Jax. The 4-1 is going to be unleashed yet again.
Yeah, FAK Esports, what they're drafting like, it looks like another triple dive composition. They have the Nautilus engage ready already there, so they can just kind of forget about Zeri. Zeri's very survivable by herself. And there aren't a ton of good options against the Jax coming in. We saw it ban out in the previous game. There's a couple of different lines here that could be played towards. You don't really want to go for the Gnar. You don't really want to go for the what's the other champion I'm thinking about?
Gwen, maybe?
Yeah, the Gwen's gonna have a hard time here. What could happen is I think the Kennen could be a good option here, or an old line would actually be the Poppy, sending her up to top. Poppy has a great time against Jaxa.
Ooh, that would be a flex. How do you feel about the Kale? Rest has done it once already.
I would say Kale's a little too slow in the meta right now. She almost has no impact in early team fights right here, so I don't think that would be a great option. In the meantime, it looks like they're trying to cool Mission by running the AC here. Last pick here for CFO. I think they just want to ban. I think the Trundle's definitely going to be the standard ban.
I think the Vi could come in for Holo. I mean, it hasn't been shown just yet, but all things considered, the Nocturne being banned away, good respect on that one, and not letting the dive come through. Skarner would also be another option for the dive. Single target, yoink him back to you, deny maybe the Poppycopter.
I feel a Zin is coming here. Oh,
I don't want it. The Wukong has been left through, though, and I do like that. That is a little more comfortable for Holo. Hasn't lost on it, actually, this split, and he'll take it for the 4th time.
Good engage, much better late game than Xin Zhao. I was thinking about the Xin because you do have the Talia to play up against, but they are going to go for, I think, a much better option overall. And for CFO, Gragas, he does do well against the Jax in lane, but there comes a point where you have to get things done in terms of the actual team fights, or Jax's late game is slippery push passing. So I feel like CFO this time around much more focused on the bot lane, but they need something that can actually win the lane versus the Tahm versus the Nautilus.
Yeah, the Tahm Kench could be like death denial here. The Renata, I like this a little bit better because it lets them set up for some really beastly fights. I just don't think they have enough damage in their comp, but we'll see if it turns out to be enough after all. Renata does get locked in by Koala. It's a champion he is somewhat familiar with, and well, let's have to see what Frank and their comp with. The Orianna would be nice and stock standard. You don't expect Mission to necessarily shove you in on a Talia, so there it goes.
Yeah, we have seen Orianna actually do quite well in the laning phase itself versus the Talia. Of course, it's very easy to get ganked as well. Frank Esports, this looks like a TPA comp, to be honest. It's the standard 4-1, bringing you back to the days of toys here, who also came from Hong Kong, so I guess there's a bit of a legacy.
Funny enough.
There. And CFO on the other hand, tower diving. This is what their comp is for.
I really like this from Frank Esports. I think this is a team that has developed around their strengths. Like last split, it was really kind of all about highlighting Pretender, this prospect on loan from PSG Talon. But now it is the YSKM show. Holo has been stepping up so far in these playoffs, been a lot more active. Even in the Xin Zhao game, it didn't work out. I really like what he's been bringing to this team. And I think that everybody knows that the bottom lane of MM and carries can deliver, certainly giving themselves the tools that Nautilus has been a very impactful champion. Will probably continue to be so. For CFO, we'll see if the tower dive works out for them in this game. They have the ability to really mix up these fights, especially between the Renata Glass and the Poppycopter.
If you look at the bot lane, this is exactly where the divers are going to be going for. You have the super powerful prospect of just coming in with the Poppy and getting an instant wallbang because you have the Weaver's Wall on the backside. You can actually create your own terrain for that wallbang to work out. And Renata Glass also is really good in these tower dive situations. You heard both of these champions into the bottom lane. It's very difficult to avoid that hostile takeover when you're sitting underneath your tower. So I expect that to be the big point. But if you look at the composition overall, there's a lot more late game power on the side of Frank Esports. So CFO this time, they have to put their fast shoes on. They have to try and outrace themselves and switch gears after the first 2 games.
Yep, I have to see. On to the rift for game number 3. It's still anybody's series, 1-1, tied up a piece. Frank Esports finally getting that win out. Oh, YSKM might be playing with fire here, though. CFO are looking to shut him down early. He has no idea what's coming for him.
Oh, and he walks forward.
It's the whole team.
He got him. Hello.
It's the bamboozle into the wall bang. He gets the counter-strike on. He's going to flash the pit. If he gets away, he's going to get no way.
There's still an E from Gemini, but he doesn't have the angle anymore, and that's actually a huge win for Frank Esports here.
Flash for Gemini's flash, and the heal out of Shun actually walks away with a positive trade, and the cheese from CFO is sniffed out.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be costly in a lot of different sectors right here, because you do have the Gemini now with a kind of a slower start here, going with the E first, and then you also have, I think even Mission went for the seismic shove. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll watch how this one starts out. CFO actually get into lane a little bit later, so this is a massive win for Frank Esports after that one didn't pay off.
Great start. Loving what we're seeing out of this Frank squad. Let's see if they can keep that momentum rolling right now. And YSKM, he knows that he is public enemy #1 on the CFO wanted list. Here's the Hex Flash in. Oh, never mind. I thought for a second, just for 1 second, Gemini was going to go for a cheeky level 2, but nope.
I think he was looking at the lane state and realized that he didn't really have an opportunity. He was just doing that to kind of fish for a chance, but it seemed like Pretender did walk back, so he just goes on his merry way. So overall, I feel like CFO do have to try.
Ooh, great hook. Level 1 onto the Koala. Look at the damage they've got. Dealt the autos. They just needed a bit more, and that burn from the Ignite will not be enough. Ooh, it was close, though, and there's no heal available. Koala's got to respect the Ultra Shock laser distance.
And it's a lot harder to get that HP back on 12.14. The pots give you a lot less HP here. So this is going to be a constant sore spot. And you do have Holo on the bottom side of the map as well. Could be seeing a dive incoming.
Yeah. Talk about tower dives. It works for Frank as well if they want it. Holo going to get the slow setup, and they won't go just yet. YSKM just a little bit under his own tower up against the side of Rest and top side, but exciting focus down on that bot especially. Carries and Holo actually going to be wrapping up to mid lane, see if they can get Mission. As his flash does burn it. Traded for carries.
Good reaction time here coming in from Mission, but that's still going to be a rather difficult lane to play as we do have Pretender controlling this wave. Mission can't really reset this one, so he's going to have to call for a jungler here.
It's Gemini.
Can help him shove.
All right, has the Hex Flash, but not his regular one, so it'd be very telegraphed. Carries burns his own to get over the wall. They're going to try to cut off Shun here. He turns around into the hook, but the follow-up's not there. Eminem wasn't on the same page.
Yeah, you already had Wukong going away here, so Shun actually gets a good bit of damage across the board. And now we have Gemini into the top side. YSKM doesn't have the flash here, but if he still has the Counter-Strike, I don't see this really working out.
I think this is telegraphed, but the wallbang comes right through. Nice steadfast presence. He gets the Counter-Strike. First blood goes through. Well, if it doesn't work, try again, and they manage to take down the top laner from Frank Esports.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for YSKM. Too close to his own tower. I think if he stood a little bit further to the left or the top side, the Hex Flash wouldn't have been able to clip him onto any terrain. But the damage does go through. He goes down, and well, at least CFO does manage to salvage back to level 1.
Yeah, it was an extended level 1 trade, if you will, as they secure the first blood. Mission even stealing back some of his own chickens that Holo was trying to take away. I do love how active Holo has been in this series. Like, he really didn't seem like it a good chunk of this split. Like, in earlier iterations of Frank Esports, I think I often criticized him for just kind of not really showing up when it seemed like he was needed. And maybe it's because Frank were doing pretty well in lanes, but all the same, this series, he's been everywhere.
Yeah, and I think a huge part of it is just that he's engaging a lot better with the rest of the team. We're going to take a look at the top side because we didn't get a view of how Gemini found his angle right here. YSKM, yeah, it definitely stood too close to the tower. If he was a little bit on the left or right side, that stun wouldn't have been able to find him. And we see Rest able to finish it off with the Q at the very end, not having to use those auto attacks.
Good setup by Rest, actually. Kind of really baits YSKM and goes deep. That should have triggered the game sense, I think. But sometimes you can take advantage of an aggressive rookie like that. Easy to forget the experience gap between these two is so wide. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really nice move. I just think the Hex Flash is so difficult for a lot of these players to predict. That's the thing about Poppy, very commonly running with the Hex Flash for the most part here.
Level disadvantage for YSKM. He's pushed back by the belly bot. No Grandmaster's Might available to him yet. And this, I feel like this matchup is going to be Rest for a little while, right? I mean, the Jax is always like, check your watch. What time is it? Is it Jax time? All right, we'll get there eventually. Holo coming into the mid. Uses the clone. Just takes a bit of a lane tax and lane taxi. Down a little bit. Gemini returns to the scene of the crime. This time, though, YSKM is wised up and gets himself a ward down. Can he stop this? That's a big wave. And fast presence into the Counter-Strike. They don't aggro the turret. He hops back, and he might have to be walking away from his own tower here. Flashes, tries to get back under it. No, he's taken down by Rest on the burst damage. Shockwave, meanwhile, clipping Mission pretty heavy damage, and Pretender will get the solo kill.
Oh boy, what an off-kiltered kill there onto Mission. He didn't really need to be in that position. I think he was looking for the top side, but he didn't need to follow there. A summoner advantage going into Pretender. He doesn't even have to burn his flash to get that one. And You know, this is kind of a weird fight here. What CFO are doing is that they're buying themselves a lot of time before the Jax ever comes online. If you look at the Jax right now, he's going to have very few advantages over the side of Shun at this point. So even if Jax gets into the back line, you don't really expect the same impact as a normally leveled Jax. But in the meantime, CFO are also not really advancing their game plan. I feel like the way that they break open this game still has to be through bot lane. It still has to be through that Weaver's Wall. So after the advantage that's been established for Rest here, I do want to see them switch focus. I think the bot lane still has to be their main avenue towards a victory. If the bot lane dive doesn't work out, I still don't see CFO winning, regardless of how far they put the Jax behind.
Yeah, this is a curious game state at the moment. Pretender is feeling himself after that solo kill on the mission, but Gemini is going to be trying to take advantage of his hubris there as he gets shoved onto the workaround seismically. Gemini can't quite close the gap, close the distance. Pretender playing to the side he has vision on. Meanwhile, Carries and Koala spot each other. It's interesting. They delay the Jax, but they delay their own game plan. So CFO, they've kind of just traded one devil for another, it seems.
Yeah, and I think a huge issue right here is that Mission just hasn't been able to get a opportunity to roam across towards the bottom side here.
Well, it's caught. Good wall bang. Doesn't matter. Yeah, this has been the big thing, right? Pretender's been playing a pretty aggressive Orianna, really turning Mission's own strategies against him. And not only that, we are kind of seeing exactly why Mission's Talia just hasn't been that good. He feels a little less comfortable on this style of champion.
I think the best Talias typically just leave waves at times. They just say, okay, you know what? We're going to go straight for it. Shun actually takes a couple power shots here, drops down to half HP. Looks like he's going to be fine, but this is a play that you don't typically see in the current patch because there's 200 local gold on the Herald. So this is just going to be a straight win for Frank Esports. There isn't a play anymore where, okay, this would make sense if CFO are setting this up. This is the comeback.
Let's see if they get it, though. I mean, YSKM's actually making his way down bottom as well. Turns tails and run. Okay, they just steal the blue buff away. Not setting up for the full dive. Dragon's still 2.5 minutes away, so that's not happening. Kind of feels like CFO were thinking about it, but would not commit.
Yeah, I like this play from YSKM. It's really smart here. He knows he can't really contest Rest on the top side. He's pretty far behind, but he's still willing to go towards the bot side because that's where the juggler is. If they're able to stop the Talia dead in her tracks, then you know that's Shun not getting that far away. In the meantime, though, we do see a lot of tower damage being done here onto this one. There's almost 3 plates down. So it's such a weird situation, but CFO might be able to win out both of these side lanes without ever using a Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, it's a very curious situation. Not what you normally expect to see when Talia comes into play. 2-level advantage, big CS difference. YSKM not able to get much done in his own lane. At least he could show and cause CFO to doubt themselves a little bit in that bottom dive potential. And now we're starting to see the last level 6s ding in. Koala does get his hostile takeover. Shin buys a couple of boots as well. And Holo's up here now. Let's see if YSKM can survive long enough. Maybe bait this out as they can turn it into a Rift Herald drop. They're even bringing Pretender. This has got to be the kill onto the Fat Man. And he sees this one coming. The flash throws the party barrel out, but he still gets knocked up into the sky. And he knows that he is out of here. Let's see if he can take YSKM with him. That's the question. I don't think he will. Shut down. Goes to Holo.
And that's going to be Jax coming back onto the board. It should be the Herald drop and a couple waves for him. In the meantime, though, I wonder if Mission wants to do anything about this. I'm a little bit surprised that they're still heading top lane and trying to get for the kill. YSKM very low, though.
Yeah, he is. Goes to Counter-Strike, and oh, there's no help coming from Holo right now as he gets wall-banged on the ward hop. Doesn't have flash for a few more seconds. Needs it, and gets knocked up and taken out by Mission. What was going on there?
Yeah, this is a little bit interesting. I feel like it was kind of funny from Frank Esports. They tried to debate out Mission from going elsewhere. They thought that, hey, maybe Mission's going into the bottom side. And what you saw there was Kara's actually moving towards the middle. So their anticipation was, okay, Mission's going to go bot. We can push this one. We can get Jax back on board. And I have to say Mission actually outsmarted them. He cleared the wave, got out of vision, and then headed top.
Yeah, a little bit of trickery, some mind games. Mission definitely showing Old Dog still has a few new tricks there. Luden's completed as well. Talia can certainly get around wherever she needs to, and this is actually going to open up a timing window for CFO to go ahead and start off this Infernal Dragon. This is really nice after losing out on that Cloud. And lest we forget, you talked about it a lot yesterday, big buffs to the Infernal Dragon on this patch 12.14.
I think this is great for CFO's composition. They're looking to one-shot people across the board. That's what Talia, that's what the AP Gragas is built to do. So, you know, getting the Infernal, always really nice. But the question is how much they pay for it in the top side. And it does look like quite a decent amount. And it already has 2 plates going down. The full tower is going to drop there. So, you know, this is YSCam. Welcome back to the party. He might be 0-3 at this point, but I don't think he's that far behind, even compared to the Gragas.
Looks like Gemini going to go for the dive here. They will actually manage to get that root on. Meminem immediately cleanses away from it. They manage to turn it right back. They do get the tower. However, the 2v3 actually looking pretty good. Hostile takeover coming through. Eminem flashes away from it, and they stay alive. What a hectic touch-and-go moment that was.
That was I think that was an unintentional dredge line. That definitely did not work out for carries in the end right there. So they get the flashes, they get the tower, but no kills whatsoever. And this is, once again, going to be an interesting sight to see where CFO actually drops Shun. They want to match him against YSCam, but in the previous few games, what we've seen is that YSCam has actually been able to find the kills back on the Shun when they drop that duo on top of him.
Absolutely. Game state, just a little under 1,000 in the lead for CFO. Dragons one apiece, and a much more impactful one for Flying Oyster, as the towers are also split. So kind of we're seeing these games go back and forth, seesaw just a little bit, but stay relatively close for the time being. In this game state, in the current moment, they're starting to accelerate a little more on the CFO side. They've kept the Jacks down. They have a timing window to work with here. What should they be doing next?
Oh, Jacks once again, but this time it's pinged out.
They
CFO,
know.
Yeah, they know YSCam and his tricks, and we've actually seen this from Frank Esports a couple times where they overstay for these cheeky plays, and it does get punished by map allocations where people can suddenly appear out of nowhere, have a lot more members, but maybe Shun is still going to fall for it.
Yeah, there's a lot more brush to play for in this Ocean Rift.
There.
It's actually going to be Koala. No, they actually jump right on top of Shun. Koala is going to get caught once again. Let's see if he turns anything around. Doesn't have a hostile takeover. I think the stocks in Flask Industry are going to be falling as Eminem picks up a kill himself. A great collapse by Frank.
Yeah, and I think this was kind of unnecessary from CFO. I'm not really sure what they were looking to accomplish here. This was their weak side of the map. They only had 2 people there, so... And they were holding a wave. Just completely unnecessary to take the wave here. This will mean that Frank Esports are just going to take away the second Herald of the game quite easily. No contest going to be thrown here. And they're also just giving Jax a lot of assists here.
Okay, the Weaver's Wall is going to happen. I think this is the contest right now, as they will get to start off. But Carriers takes the dredge line away, and CFO are going to muscle in onto the Herald, and it's being seeded by Frank.
Yeah, this is, you know, good use of the Weaver's Wall to cut people off. At least they're going to get a free objective here. But at this point, I feel like they need to do something about Jax. Like, they can't let him get a free tower, so someone has to match and rest.
Oh! He walks right by it, but the dredge line's still going to catch him up. He does manage to get a 2-stop. However, I don't think he's going anywhere. Blast Cone taken, denied, and Holo claims another kill. Meanwhile, YSCam just completely free farming it out down bottom. And it's turning into a bit of a race.
Yeah, CFO, I think there's... Well, if you look at the map here, there's 3 members not on the top of this lane. Like, they could realistically hold this wave a lot closer to their own side of the map. Be a lot safer here.
Koala was trying to babysit for his AD carry. But unfortunately, he also died as he gets zoned out. That was... I don't think they expected the entire Frank team to be there, minus, well, YSCam was too. And Tower Gold now being picked up by the Jacks. You're starting to see it swing back in favor of Frank.
And we didn't have a single Weaver's Wall that resulted in a kill just yet. I just feel like this Talia has been checked the entire way. And with an open map like this, it's going to be very difficult to actually find those opportunities to get the optimal play for CFO. You remember what we were talking about. It's the tower dive. You want the Weaver's Wall behind a tower. You want the Poppy to go in and get a charge. You have a lot of instant damage and very difficult to avoid AoE ultimates in chokes. But now you're on an open map like this, I don't see CFO really having much of an advantage here. It's certainly possible that Explosive Cast could still, you know, cancel out YSKM and give them a win in teamfights, but certainly not in their favor.
Rift Herald's going to charge into the mid. That will melt away some of the tower's hit points. However, it looks like Frank were kind of opting for, it looked like a collapse. CFO with the Death Ball, just keeping themselves all together as this dragon spawns. This could be a good old flip.
Yeah, CFO do not have a good sustained damage profile here, and Mission is the one getting stuck.
Holo's chased away, but the rest of the cavalry has arrived here. Let's see if they can get this one done. Gemini keeping on and forced Flash away. And CFO realized this was a hairy situation for him, but the dragon is still up for grabs.
Well, CFO actually managed to outplay a little bit just by catching the right side off guard there. They burn YSKM's ultimate. He's going to be a lot... Oh, but
dragon reset. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. It's not gonna do much, but try and lock up that dragon. Holo comes in, looking for the smite steal. That's gonna be the big bowling ball, and they managed to knock Holo out of this one. Gemini takes YSKM out of the fight. Dragon gets smited away. CFO do manage to walk away with everything so far. Will they get away? The answer is yes.
Kind of an awkward timing for YSKM. He thought that the top side of Frank Esports would be able to collapse a little sooner than they actually did, and once again, CFO are able to just single out YSKM as he comes in with the engage and just mow him down.
Yeah. I was about to say, I think I'm getting deja vu. Didn't we see that in game number 1? Different champion, same thing.
So CFO start this one off. The important thing to remember here is they already have the Jax ultimate down. He's actually very squishy at this point. Koala comes in with a decent angle onto the rest of the team to buy some time. And yeah, YSKM here tries to go in, but at the meantime, Gemini also gets a knockback onto Holo in the front. So they're able to just focus fire on one of these divers at a time. Very easy pickup for them. And we have that Jax still a ways off from being the 4-1 threat.
Yeah, he's a 0-4 threat right now. But we'll see if he's able to get up line in time. I mean, it's a good trade back and forth. Frank do still have the gold lead, and that isn't the worst dragon to lose right now. It's not near soul point yet, but the later the game goes, you're feeling good with your Jax. I don't know if you're feeling good with the Aphelios and the other team. Yeah, Zeri's going to be able to scale up too, and I think Eminem's done a stellar job. But Shun, I don't think we've really seen full potential Shun this series. He's been good. Yeah, but he's not been what we expect just yet.
I think he's been consistently winning lane against Frank Esports Eminem and carries, but we haven't seen most of the composition be revolved around him. You know, he's either been able to deal damage unmolested, or he's been just jumped on and killed. So,
boom.
You know, there has been no in between for him to kind of showcase his stuff.
Yeah, and I don't really think it's like necessarily a underperformance, right? It's just sort of like, yeah, the comps they're building aren't really revolving around the game tempo, isn't revolving around him, and you still like his ability to make plays and consistently deliver compared to even the likes of Atlan. I wouldn't expect to see a swap out unless he does something horribly wrong in this game, but 2 items on the Aphelios. He's at least matching Eminem Zeri. 3 item though. We'll see if he can go a little further after that.
I will say, I feel like the next couple of fights are going to be very difficult for Frank Esports. I think Frank Esports can play things out a little bit slower. They have that one-shot combo onto Shun, which makes me very worried about his chances here. You could have an invisible Wukong with the Oriana ball on top of you, just go onto Shun, and he's almost going to be 20% health, almost out of the fight. And YSKM has been going for the flanks consistently, so I feel like the next fight is really difficult for Shun to survive any of this, and Shun's the only source of sustained damage, so the fights are relatively simple for Frank. I think you just take out the Aphelios and you weather the first burst, should be okay.
Yeah. CFO are really going to need to do a great job of layering their own CC. If they can get somebody out of the fight with numbers advantage, Gemini uses the Poppycopter. If they can have the hostile takeover land on who they need it to, that is actually going to knock away one. Eminem is zoned off his own tower, and well, they can't quite finish the job, but it's close. CFO just chipping away at it.
Yeah, but this could signal Frank Esports to look for an engages. That is one big ultimate down already, and Gemini is going to run headfirst into some opposition.
Yeah, he finds Holo, but he does manage to get a wall bang, at least partially. Here comes the Weaver's Wall, flashes by Holo, knows that he's going to be able to get away from that. No, the big barrel does knock Pretender a little bit out of the action, still has that shockwave if he needs it. The hostile takeover going to split the rest of the team in. Oh, and a teleport for YSKM could not have come at a worse time, but the shockwave lands. He flashes away, delivers himself to safety. So many flashes expended in that fight, but Frank don't lose a member.
That was beautiful stuff from CFO. You know, they're constantly fishing for picks around the corner here. Explosive cast manages to go in. And I think this is the right idea to play against Frank Esports. If you set a pitch battle and you force yourselves into a contour like the Drake pit, I don't think you're walking out alive against what Frank can do. So the best idea for for CFO is to constantly find these poking opportunities, get the poke down and the burst with the Talia, and you know, they did that beautifully. They got so many different flashes and so many different ultimates right before the Drake fight here. And if I had to look at these two compositions, I would say that CFO are less ultimate. Eminem?
Okay. Oh, no, explosive cask. Oh, just into the wall. He's fine. He's fine. Everything's okay. Dragon is going to come up, and Frank are going to start it here, trying for the contest. But CFO got to be feeling themselves. Eminem has no cleanse and has half his HP, as he does send an Ultra Shock laser over the wall and finds Koala. This YSKM this time with the team, trying to get on work their duty, but he gets hand shook into range. Dragon stays aggroed, but goes right back to the pit. This is the bailout. Poppycopter windup, you have to respect it. CFO keep the Dragon on. That's going to be resetting Gemini's ultimate.
They're going to try to rush it flip where the ult goes down.
They got to get in there. They got to make the play. That shockwave could make all the difference. Keep your eye on the ball placement. CFO, they know it.
For the cutoff.
They're just holding this one. Here comes that windup, and the pitch goes nowhere. That's going to be that turn immediately. They still secure the Dragon, but the fight, will it go? Two members end up in the shockwave. Gemini going to go low, and here comes YSKM into the back line. They get some knockups for days, but they can't deliver the kill. The turnaround rests with a big burst on the barrel. Manages to take Holo out of the fight. That's going to be it.
Oh, that's amazing play coming in from CFO. The instant exhaust from Koala stops YSKM from going on to Shin, and when you see Holo finally coming into the back line, the front line is completely congested. Mission is able to put down that the workaround across the entire front line right there. And now Frank Esports, they're going to find it really difficult to engage, especially with Rest holding down the front here.
Yeah, hostile takeover does land on a couple of members, and that's just enough to buy the escape route time for CFO. So, getting out 5-5 in kills, just shy of 25 minutes on the mark, and CFO transition a Dragon fight win into a Baron.
I think Frank actually backed out a little too far after this one, and you can see the aftershock, the shockwave only lands onto the two tanks in the front line, so it's not too much of a loss in terms of the damage for CFO. Instant exhaust coming down here, beautiful stuff, and then Rest takes all the damage and survives with the bailout. Mission actually wasted flash here, but it's okay. They got the win, and then they're gonna go for the Baron.
Yeah, nicely done. So, in the driver's seat right now, CFO, they've got the Baron Nash to work with. Let's see what they can get done with it. Whew, boy, a lot of vision invested by Frank around the back of that Baron pit and around their own jungle. They might make use of it soon, as CFO have the tempo advantage. They also have Soul Point, setting up a little bit of a chase on Gemini, moving forward on that steadfast presence. Steals away the red buff, and didn't see Jax, does manage to knock at least the Wukong out of the fight, and they will bail out from that one. It's a Poppy reset.
A very close fight here, and Mission going on his own could be the target of some harass. No, they're not going to see that just yet. CFO going to head straight for the top side, and with YSKM at this HP, I think it's relatively safe for CFO to be taking this one down.
Yeah. Eminem's going to be hopping the wall and trying to push away this minion wave. The rest of Frank have reacted, but they're neglecting Mission. It's a 5v4. Ultra Shock Laser finds 2. Counter-Strike, YSKM finds nothing. That Jax has certainly been set behind this game. He needs a lot more time to scale up.
Yeah, and Mission in the meantime able to just shove in all the way into the middle section of the map, so they're chipping down on 2 towers at the same time. YSKM does have a TP, Nah, he's not going to use it. Just going to reset this one and give over the 2 towers.
Fortunately, does manage to fall. So CFO, there we go. Just letting the minions do the dirty work. Nation throws a rock at it to finish the job. 27 minutes, continuing this push here, trying to make the most of their Baron buff. It still has about 40 seconds left. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. If they will get the root off onto the Jack's counter-strike, and the big barrel just pushes him away. It gets shoved seismically again, and they manage to take him down. YSKM never had a chance to even flash it. That's going to open up the inhibitor here, and CFO, they're serious about striking back in this game 3.
Really nicely done here. I think YSKM was a little bit greedy on not trying to get out of the wall in front of a Poppy, in front of a Gragas. Yeah, he's trying to hold on to that summoner for a bit too long. CFO punished him for it. They're going to take an extra inhibitor off of this trade. I really feel like they should have only gotten 1, but they're going to get 2 for their troubles, and that really means the Drake now is wide open. They're already at 3. And with all of the topside inhibitors down in the top, in the front, it's gonna be so easy for them to just walk in and collect this Ocean Soul. I almost feel like we're gonna have to see Holo with some Arashi-style steal to stop this from happening.
Yeah, I mean, he's got those kills early. He was able to do a lot of damage, of course, went with Black Cleaver himself, and I think a heroic play would be in order, but Holo has just been stymied. He hasn't been able to finish the job, and CFO, they're just dancing around the edge of these fights and winning them by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, I think CFO are playing these fights really smartly. They understand that their job is just to pick up one single target and make sure Frank don't have the combat stats to re-engage. So what they've been doing is just focusing on whoever doesn't have a flash, using the Weaver's Wall to trap people, and then get their first combo in. So very clever way to play it. They're not looking for the full engage. They're not looking to get entangled here. However, Eminem might make that stick as he finds a slow across the wall. Very tense situation.
Shockwave, they find 2. Here we go. They're going to be bringing Holo in, but he just tries to get the knockups. Doesn't really find nearly enough as he needed, and Gemini says it's my turn as he goes forward and chases the rest of Frank away. So a couple of engage tools spent in that one. Carrie's trying to go in for round 2. Holo already down to half his HP, and now the teleport comes back in from Mission. Holo's going to start off this dragon, look for the objective bounty, but I don't think they can shred this in time.
Yeah, CFO is going to have a re-engage, but they're missing a lot of their ultimates here, and I feel like this is the best chance for Frank to come back into the fight. The best chance that they've had entire game. YSKM looking at Shin.
To get that dragon, so they deny the soul. However, Carries might lose his life for it in exchange. It's going to be a big YSKM counter-strike just to defy them, to push them off, and woo, Frank, are they walking away from this one? Backing away slowly, more like it, as the Weaver's Wall comes in to cut off Eminem and Holo. They can't get into their base, and look at the supers!
I don't think the supers are going to be taking down any of the Nexus towers. Just looking at it, yeah, there's a couple backs already through. Woo. Very, very close, but well played by Frank. I think the most critical thing is that they constantly found the poke damage onto Shun. Shun, for me, no real reason to get that close to the ramp. He takes a huge chunk of damage, which forces multiple ultimates off on the side of CFO. They had to use both the Hero's Verdict and also the hostile takeover early, which meant that walking into the ramp, they couldn't really push forward anymore.
Yeah, even without the Shockwave and the Cyclone, there's still a better trade of tools there. I like YSKM using his Counter-Strike as just a cover. He's still kind of a stat stick, despite being denied so much in this game. And hey, we're 30 minutes into this one, and I feel like Jax is just slowly ramping up. Got the Sunder, got the Death Stance, Warden's Mail as well. He's getting there. A little bit more tanky you typically see on a Jax, I would suppose, but that's kind of his job this game, as they've been forced to do a 5v5 scenario.
Yeah, that was a massive wasted opportunity from CFO, honestly. All they needed to do was make sure they avoided some of the damage and just wait for the minion waves with the supers to go into the enemy base. So CFO, they really dropped the ball in that previous fight by allowing Shun to get targeted here. But they still have those 2 open inhibitors. You're seeing both super minions hit the waves here. And CFO are setting up for a bait on top of this Baron. Here they go.
Hey, Ultra-Strike Laser, that was a bit aggressive move from Koala as he flashes forward, doesn't quite find the handshake, and they'll ping back towards the Baron. YSKM could teleport in to try and make the play, still behind in this game, but we've seen Frank be able to find a fight. That Hex Flash from Gemini doesn't find purchase. Carries immediately turns around. Whew. Touch and go.
Yeah, I think the Super Minions are a little bit too far away for this to actually threaten Frank Esports. They're going to try a much more direct approach, and this time Wisecam does have a flash to go over. Oh, he gets
immediately denied, ejected out of that one, and they take the Baron. They send the hostile takeover.
No,
and they
Carry
might
still
even get
goes
carries
in.
as well. Lightning Crash from Enemy's trying to make something for it, but Carry's taken very low and taken out by the Ophelia. Shun sends it from downtown on the Moonlight Vigil. And YSKM arrives way too late, so now a man advantage and the Baron buff.
Great snipe on the side of Gemini to prevent that Counter-Strike from going across the team. Now, Wisecam has to run away a little bit faster than this one. Could be in a little bit of danger. And with these inhibitors coming up in succession, we could see CFO continue to extend their game plan with they just have these 2 open inhibs throughout the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, that was
actually
big
going
old swing for CFO. They're going to back off now, but still, they bought themselves some time to work with. They got the Baron buff on it. Yeah, you got to love that from Gemini. Just immediately ejects YSKM the moment he sees him coming in. And, whew, Poppy's a good champion, man.
Yeah, really nicely timed. Of course, he could see that teleport coming in through the FAK of War, so knew where to aim, and YSKM wasn't able to dodge out on that one. So they find it, and now I think all CFO really need to do is just set up for the Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul is still massive coming into this patch. You get 3% missing HP regeneration for each one, and they're going to have 3. So unless Frank Esports actually just bursts someone from the start of the fight, they're not going to be able to win. Like, if they don't burst kill Shun at the start of the fight, it's actually just over. CFO will be able to snowball in the end. So I think for them, the game plan is, you have the Baron buff. If you want to, maybe get 1 or 2 of these open inhibs, and then just walk towards the Drake.
Try to force Frank into a bad fight situation. Last tower outside the base is going to fall. They don't actually go for the inhibitors instead. They're going to try and bait out an overstay. I don't think that's going to happen on the Frank side, though. Mission staying back in the mid lane right now. Does not have teleport, but he closed the gap pretty well. And I do want to give Mission some credit. We talked about Celia not looking so hot in the start of the game and how he hadn't really used a lot of aggressive Weavers walls, but he's been using them very dynamically to set up these terrain advantages that they can push into.
Yeah, I think what we've seen from Mission is that he's most of the time actually sideline split pushing and just threatening to come into the fight in the nick of time. So it makes Frank Esports a little bit worried about engaging. It makes checks them to the point where if Frank want to go in, they have to go in one big group, which actually allows Rest to reset the entire fight. Now we have the Weaver's wall going
resets.
Wisecam there.
They're just rushing it down. The handshake onto YSKM. He's trying to threaten here, but he gets stymied for just a second. Gemini keeps his eyes on the prize. He will be able to secure that Dragon the Soul. They turn immediately on to Frank Esports.
The Moonlight Vigil.
And Carry's going to melt the Moonlight Vigil's huge as Shun gets himself everything. And they will be able to take down Frank Esports. Only Pretender lives, but the Nexus will not be for much longer. And I think Pretender's not even getting back to his own base.
Yeah, he knows he's down. He's just trying to buy some time here. Actually gets the flash overward. A lot of cheeky play coming in from the mid laner.
That's a full AP, Gragas, and Gemini on your back. You're not getting away from that anytime soon. All right, there's the shutdown. That is going to be the end of this game. CFO will go up 2-1 in the series. A well-executed game to bounce back from their loss against Frank.
Now, this one was definitely a very interesting game state. We saw what happened was basically CFO buy themselves a lot of time against the Jax. He was tower dove consistently, down 3 kills, about 20 CS early. And the interesting thing is CFO actually never executed their go-to game plan. Instead, they used it as bait to constantly pull Frank Esports' attention down towards the bottom lane. And I think between these two teams, we're starting to see a pattern. It's that the team that can play aggressive, that actually gets an early game lead, kind of snowballs throughout the rest of it. What we've seen is that CFO consistently being able to establish early game direction, and if they actually draft for it, I think they can follow it through with the mid game as well.
Oh, certainly. I think CFO, I love the misdirect on the telegraphed game plan versus the actual game plan, and it worked against a team like Frank Esports, who had shown them up the last time around. It does seem like Poppy has been a big win condition for this team, and a Gemini piloting it to perfection in that particular game. Denying the Silas as well from Pretender is really, really good. So, honestly, just CFO adapting, learning. I think Frank, the ball's back in their court. They're going to have to find an answer to what CFO just brought and shut them out with.
if we look across the ban picks right here, I feel like Frank Esports have kind of pigeoned themselves into a box right now. All three of these bans feel sort of locked in if they're going onto the red side. So the blue side, they do have a little bit of wiggle room here and there. They can probably drop the Sivir and pick it for themselves. But it means that a lot of times the Poppy's going to come. Like the Poppy Sivir is kind of the dynamic here. If CFO get either one of those, I think they're pretty happy. So I expect that to be kind of the draft scenario to set up. If you're on red side, you just keep one of them open and you pick whichever ones Frank Esports gives you.
Yeah, it's like a good old handshake. I think that's a big play, and Shun definitely finding himself in that one. When he was well enough protected, he was able to open up. The Moonlight visuals were massive that game, and this is what happens when you're in a Aphelios that is allowed to do what you want, is allowed to build full into damage, not having to go for that Bloodthirster. Game 2 and 3 were night and day, just because the dive potential wasn't quite there, and also a great job that CFO did, not just Rest, but also Gemini, at shutting down that Jax, denying him so long in this game. YSCam was never really allowed to get on the side lane, even when he started getting back into the game, because the team fights kept happening. I think that was just a brilliant strategy, and it's not something we see most teams being able to do against this Frank Esports side.
Yeah, I think Gemini consistently has been doing a better job at controlling the objectives throughout this entire series, especially the Drakes. That a lot of threat has been put there. So we are going to be taking a look at some of the team fights that had just happened there. It was a fairly easy setup on the side of CFO. This one was one of the earlier team fights here. What happened is YSCam already had his ultimate burned down. You had a lot of layered disengage from CFO to buy time for the rest of the composition. And unfortunately, Gemini has just been so perfect on this one, able to knock away Holo, make sure YSCam is the only target to focus down. When he does come in, they take him out. Holo never finds the Cyclone with the ball combo into the rest of the team, and they're just able to walk away with these Drakes quite consistently over and over again.
Yeah, I really like this. I think Camille probably would have been better in that situation. As a team fighter, you want to be able to do a little bit more than the Jax can. And I think YSCam, Frank, they've been reliant on his ability to just be a side lane terror, but when he's not allowed to live in a side lane, well, he can't really do as much. Gemini does whiff a little bit on that wind up there. It doesn't matter at the end of the day, and they still manage to survive the burst, the shockwave landing only onto the tank members. Holo trying to get Gemini down. They're so close. YSCam locks everybody up, and you think for a moment they're going to get this, but Rest with the big barrel knocks them all away. They burst down Holo in the nick of time, and Gemini somehow limps out with his health bar. I mean, I don't know how he pulled that off.
So I think we're seeing Frank kind of be constricted by their own champion picks here, because Frank is never playing a front to back late game composition. They're never going to go Azir Zeri with the Norn. I would be very surprised if they do, but so far it doesn't seem like they want to go down that path. And what that means is, at some level, the way they're going to engage in team fights is with a backline dive. If you can't play front to back, then most likely you're going to have to flame. And what CFO are doing is just making sure that they have plenty of counter engagement. That has just been the answer for them. You stick a hyper carry onto Shun. You don't really care about the early game options like the Kalista and Lucian, and you just layer the composition with a lot of tanks, with a lot of reset abilities, and you force Frank Esports to charge at you over and over.
Oh yeah, and they did with all 5 members. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't quite finish it off, and look at that. The damage being dealt by the Orion and the Zeri doesn't surprise me, but the most damage dealt on the CFO side was by Rest. I love this AP Gragas build, man. He just comes in and he's like, I'm first strike. I'm not going tank. None of that nonsense. I'm just gonna be able to take it to the Jax, and he did.
Yeah, and it was so difficult for the Jax to actually get into these fights. That's the biggest difference with the Jax and the Camille or the Aurelia. Aurelia has those resets. She can go back in when she finds a kill. Camille has that untargetability with the Hextech Ultimatum. But good old Jax only has a short cooldown Q. So if the first couple of jumps don't work, then he has to kind of wait for his flash or wait for the 6 seconds. And CFO just did a terrific job at keeping YSCam away from combat. Big part of that has to go to Gemini.
Yeah. Here's the reason why. Gemini was doing a great job in the top lane early. He was everywhere on the map as well. and his Poppy once again proved to be the difference maker, denying Holo so many chances to try and get involved in objective fights, and denying YSKM that memorable moment. He teleports in on the Vision and gets immediately ejected. Yeah, this is a champion you have to consider banning once again.
Yeah, I think CFO have just gotten such a good read on this series. You deny the flankers coming in from YSKM, and I wonder if they are going to consider an outscaling game, because that is one of the weaknesses traditionally of CFO, is that when they are the ones that have to go aggressive, they oftentimes don't perform as well as when they can just kind of sit back and use range.
Well, we will see which way the game goes, which way the wind blows, because CFO are on match point. We'll see if Frank can take us all to Game 5 right after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 370 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Show me love, show me love. Taking this pure heart of mine. High above, high above. We go off in the night. We leave and the
turns to gold. I've seen the sign on the skyline, urge in my soul, gotta let go. I've had enough of the hard times, got a taste of the sun, now I gotta reach the horizon, yeah. Are you coming along? Cause I got the current to guide me, let it guide me. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I start anew, sky turns to blue, waving goodbye to the moonlight. I'm gonna drive, follow the lines, leading me into a new life. Got a taste of the sun, now I gotta reach the horizon, yeah. Are you coming along? Cause I got the current to guide me, let it guide me. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. I'm coming cold waves are coming, they hit me every morning. I can taste the fear now, it's written on my lips. Woke up on a cold floor with fire.
就要被离开眼前是完了，这么给推到3个，终于推到4个，这边的就是一个2打3的画面，Triple Kill。电子助攻就要被离开眼前是完了，我们的 Rock 看起来没打得好，但是自己被这边给弹回来，又是 Alex 的一个壁中，准备要在这一波将 CFO 人全员冲掉。 一个位置，又是第3个，两个是拿了一个杀手，开始持续的追击。现在的话，手上的 Triple， 这一波手上挂了一个治愈，多你一个治愈之后，这边点输了。再一个红儿的一个追，拿着出招猛烈，向我把小林给推了回去。
And welcome back once again to the PCS Summer Split in this best-of-5 series between C2BC Flying Oyster and Frank Esports. It is now match point officially. CFO are one game away from taking it all into the next round. But before we do that, I do want to shout out our lovely sponsors. They're also CFO sponsor is C2BC Bank, who have been with us by our side this whole darn time. And of course, joining us for this playoffs is China Airlines. Thank you so much for making PCS possible. Now, Clement, CFO, looks like they're going to be going back to red side because Frank, with their loss, they do get to move back to blue. I know that changes things, shakes things up a little bit in the pick and ban. What do you expect to see?
So I think Frank Esports are going to take what's open out of the Sivir and hopefully ban the Poppy in the meantime. I think their bans are pretty much locked in. So it's Kalista, Azir, and the third ban most likely going to be the Poppy. And they leave Sivir as the only option open. So the question really is for on the other side for CFO, what they want to take in their first rotation or how they want to counter the Sivir. Personally, I think they're probably just going to ban the Sivir away, and we're going to see a more reset back into standard compositions here. But the big thing for me is still the idea of how CFO want to play. Can actually FAK Esports move away from these flanking compositions, from these dive compositions into something different and completely invalidate the way that CFO have been drafting. CFO has just been going all the way into these counter dive, reset team fight compositions. So Frank, if they decide to go for a front and back, I think it would throw CFO off guard.
Yeah, that could be the way to win it and turn us into a 5-game series going the distance. Bans looking similar. Yep, that Poppy, of course, being banned away does mean that's not going to happen. And Ballista, Azir, everything just about predicted. It seems like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So far, blue side, 100% win rate in this series, Clement.
Yeah, it does seem like blue side has been probably the stronger side throughout this entire time. And it really has just been because of how powerful Sivir is. I think Sivir is very much worthy of a first pick. Even after 12.14, things really haven't changed all that much. This would be interesting, but yeah, it really isn't what FAK Esports go for most of the time. I don't think they've been the team that plays Lucian Nami. Our two teams that do that have been J Team, and I can't remember the other one off the top of my head, but it's not one of these two.
I think it might have been DCG, but yeah, not in this particular series. These two teams don't really do it. CFO, they opted to take the Jacks away from YSKM early on, and that would be an interesting turnabout here. Nah, just having a little bit of fun, taunting him, as it were, as they grab the Nautilus for Koala.
So the Naut is an interesting take here. If you look at the previous drafts, they actually did not prioritize the Naut this early on. It usually has been the recall that they decided to take away. So it could signal that CFO are feeling confident enough in their laning phase, especially their bot lane, which they basically won all 3 times, to now go for a more aggressive strategy. Yeah, this looks like CFO putting the foot on the gas pedal and just going straight for bot lane kills.
Well, Gemini has had quite the Viego presence in this split. Certainly a lot of success on that champion for FAK Esports. Looks like it's the tried and true. They're going to go back to the Camille hovered and locked in for YSKM.
And the junglers here are, if you think about the Viego, typically what we've seen is the Lee Sin coming out. That's not really a big polo champion though. So I'm looking down at his board. He still has the Trundle and the Wukong.
The Nocturne's still up. Wukong, yeah, Wukong makes a lot of sense, although it got deleted pretty fast last time. That will be the lockdown and lock-in, I should say, as they will have a lot of lockdown on their side. And for CFO, it'll be pretty comfortable to go back to Aphelios for Shun.
Oh, and this is interesting. Actually, thinking about going for the Renekton a little bit earlier. This didn't go as well as CFO would have hoped the first time around. But with CFO's current compositions, you can tell that this is a very different direction coming in for them. They're still going to go for the Aphelios at the end. I feel like this is a much more steady pick, and you have the Gravitum set up for the kill potential in the bot lane as well. So I personally, the way I see this draft is CFO are going to, hey, you know what? We've won bot lane all 3 times. Why don't we push it a little bit more? Let's get the engage this time in the bottom side, and let's also get Gemini that can snowball off these kills.
Oh yeah. Into the second phase of bans we go. Still looking to see what Rest's top lane pick will be. I'm wondering if that Renekton was just trying to draw the ban out and Silas ban away from Pretender. I do like this. It was a big part of the success that FAK Esports have had. A good vision, a good matchup, and give him something he can do in this one. Back over to Frank's side.
So the champions that we have left on the side here are Swain, Lissandra, Victor, and Talia. None of those really feel super on point coming in from Pretender, to be honest. I feel like almost Swain would be the better option just because it can survive a lot of that burst damage.
You're forgetting one very important champion there. What about the Yone?
Oh, that's true. It's been a while
as
since
a Pretender champion. Yeah, it has been a bit. But I think it could come through. I think it's possible. Yuumi ban up against carries, okay.
And another big question is what they're actually going to run in carries, because he doesn't have a lot of pure engaged tank champions. The next one on his docket would actually be the Rakan. And I'm not sure.
Alistar is available too.
Yeah, but the Alistar, I would say, is less of a pure engaged champion, at least not the way that Carries plays it most of the time. So it's going to be very interesting to see here. CFO most likely just going to go over mid laner. I feel like with this composition, they can just go for... Oh, I was thinking that maybe they'd go for the Orianna, but this time they're going to go with the Talia. Still try to focus down onto the bottom side of the map. Ori would be okay here, you know, not great, but
yeah.
Oh, this is something I forgot about.
LeBlanc? Yeah, can we see this back again? It's been a little while. Not this split at all, I don't think.
Yeah,
and he will lock it. All right.
Okay, and the last one, they do need to get some more engages down here. Definitely not. Oh, Blitzcrank is something that's been popping up a lot at 12.14. Would be good with
yeah, it's showing up a little bit.
Leona's
Leona
still
is
like
a lot more of a safe, reliable pick. Yeah.
Wouldn't be too surprised to see it here. I think it has a bit of a better lockdown compared to the Rakan here, so they're going to go for this one. FAK Esports going to play tempo, and CFO going to play full-on bot lane here. I do think that CFO, as it currently stands, have the weaker 2v2. So FAK Esports, if there's ever a game where Holo wants to outshine Gemini, it would be this one.
Oh! We got a surprise at last second. Rest goes on the Mordekaiser against YSKM. All bot lane, but it's going to be a spicy top too.
Yeah, this one is a pick that it can be a little bit dangerous against the Camille. It's a matchup that's very skill dependent and typically does actually go into the Camille's favor because Camille can play the lane in a couple more ways. I feel like with the Mordekaiser, you need to shadow this champion 24/7. You need to make sure that he gets to grow up in the early game. And Camille plus Wukong, yeah, it makes the gank so much easier here. So we're going to see how this early game goes, but I feel like CFO actually have... just talking about the draft, I do like FAK Esports draft a little bit more. I feel like there's too many weaknesses in both Mordekaiser and Talia that are left open to expose. So the way that CFO most likely need to get through this is actually accelerate the bot lane so quickly that the jungle is actually pulled on. If they don't do that, I feel like there's a lot of chances for LeBlanc and Wukong to just snowball kills.
Yeah, Pretender's a pretty solid assassin player. Right? I do think it's easy to forget in this, in what has been the meta for most of our split, where it has been a lot more focused on the things like the control mages. But now that it's come back, LeBlanc being picked up, it's definitely looking like an opportunity for Frank to bring us back and make this a game 5. And the Talia, definitely exploitable as we saw in the early game. I think for Mission, his job isn't necessarily to dish as much damage this time around, at least, because they have a lot more damage dealers. The question is, can they all survive out in the laning phase? Will CFO be able to hold on and get into that stage of the game where their bot lane can take over and get themselves the series win in 4? Or will it be FAK Esports bringing this back and bringing us to a game 5? We're about to find out.
I've got some good news for Nightstar out there. I think we're going to game 5. I feel like this strategy coming in is much more focused from Frank. It just try to snowball early. You can catch people across the map. In terms of team fights, I also think it's a bit of a wash. I wouldn't say necessarily that CFO has a decided lead when it comes to the 5v5s there either. So we will see how this plays out. I do expect Frank to start on the bottom side and just start moving Holo into the top. There's a lot of chances if Mordekaiser over pushes or if Mission gets hit by a chain to follow up with a kill right off the bat.
Yeah, there's a lot of risk here. And remember what these two teams are fighting for right now, right? The winner of this series goes and faces PSG Talon, our reigning champions, in the next round. Frank have already managed to find some wins against them, and we'll see if they would be enough if they can bring it back to game 5 and then win the whole thing. That'd be big. But for CFO, that's personal. It's a team they just barely lost out on a trip to MSI against.
Ooh, yeah, and we have to remember in that series where it went 9 games, CFO actually won more games compared to PSG there. So, you know, I feel like
out.
That's the magic of double elim, I have to say.
Yeah.
If you get into the finals, it doesn't really matter how you got there. So we are going to get the start here, both sides heading towards the top side, and we can see this is typically how Mordekaisers play the top side when they're under threat. They just let the enemy Camille kind of push them in for the first couple of levels. So I do expect Frank to kind of focus more on Mission here. Mission has been someone to fall to early ganks quite frequently, so see if he missteps this time.
Chains do land. He actually sidesteps all of the Talia poke. And yeah, Pretender just showing up and has had a pretty aggressive stance. Mission has been one of the more exploitable members of this team in this series.
We're going to be taking a look at the bot lane this time, and what I love about this combination is you got the Gravitum and you got the Death Charge. It just makes it so hard for the Zeri to actually get away. It's two ultimates that are point-and-click crowd control, and then you have the Gemini Viego just flying in here. So I really think CFO have a great kill combination. It can work even before 6 here, and we do see Gemini going for a cross map into the Krugs here. So if there is an opportunity that presents itself, we could be seeing a kill.
He certainly could. Yeah, Mission already taken low. Almost boom as well. Meanwhile, up in the top, YSKM trying his best to bully out Rest, who yoinks him a little bit closer to the tower, but not quite within range to try and get the play. We'll have to keep an eye up there, as it's definitely been YSKM having a much better early game than we saw last time around on that Jax. He was bullied quite a lot. Here comes Gemini, spotted by Eminem. Dodges the Ultra Shock damage.
Yeah, good defensive play from the carries. He wards out onto the Krugs, knows that the wave is coming in, make sure that his AD carry is safe. In the meantime, we knew that FAK Esports was likely going to get a wave shove in, and now they also know that the jungler is not on this side of the map, so Rest is left to his own devices. He has to keep his HP up or just be dove and killed here.
Yeah, YSKM could be having the last laugh after last game, and Polo doesn't go for it. Instead, he just steals a few of the Krugs away, walks onto the ward. Now information's given. Will he actually commit to this back, or is it all a ruse?
It looks like Rest is willing to just step up here, and he is going to take
there we go.
A rather harsh trade here. And this is what we expect out of Mordekaisers. Typically, you want to play a very safe early game. Mordekaiser, if you have a bad first level 3, you get ganked, it could be lights out for you. So, kind of to be expected here. We also had Viego going on the other way. And this is kind of what I expected out of the draft. It's just that FAK Esports should have decided leads in both of their solo lanes. It's just about how much they can actually stretch and snowball this. And so far, Mission has actually been doing a pretty good job holding onto his flash, keeping himself steady with the CS here as well.
Yeah, for all that pressure that was put out by Pretender, it didn't translate into anything. There wasn't no gank attempts coming out of Holo. He was focused on the bot side of the map. And at least Eminem, who was in a fairly big CS hole as well, has managed to catch back up on Shun. And you know, I'm curious to see if Azeri can actually win this series, because nobody has been able to do it so far. Gemini caught out by YSKM, and a lot of damage as he gets that hook shot into the adaptive defenses, and hook. Oh my goodness, that tack sweep, and the precision protocol gets denied there. Empowered auto not quite there, but YSKM is just feeling himself. Meanwhile, back in the mid, you've got Carries, Holo, and Pretender all really here. Yeah, with Mission and Koala.
Wonder what happened in the scuffle here. Pretender actually had to flash away, so I'm guessing that it was something landed by Koala. Koala also flashed here. So mid flash trade for support flash trade. About equal, just seeing how LeBlanc doesn't really need the flash most of the times.
CDR boots for Rest already completed, so he does get those to at least get access to his abilities a little more frequently. And well, still no first blood, but not for lack of trying. Carries comes back down to the bottom lane. Shun staying safe aside his minions, and has that level advantage, and once again rebuilding the CS lead over Eminem.
I think we're very close to the point where we could see Nautilus coming in with some ganks right here. The Gravitum is prepared, and we do have Viego on the bottom side of the map. Plus, Mission is missing on the map, so I think FAK is going to play incredibly safe. Indeed, they're even going to call Holo to aid them here. They know that the potential play is coming.
Yeah, Mission now with level 6 does have access to the Weaver's Wall, so he could turn this into an unfavorable numbers game for FAK Esports. But the Dragon is the prize they are seeking. On the CFO side, Mountain up first, and they will start it.
Oh, Rust going
back
in.
Up top. Rust and YSKM dueling it out a little bit. That Death Realm already immediately popped into the Obliterate. That's a big hit. YSKM, he's sticking around, and there's nowhere to go as he burns that ultimatum just in time to die solo to the veteran top laner.
Oh, that was so beautifully done. Rest actually uses the Death Realm mid-hook shot to cut off the remaining range of the ability. It prevents him from getting away as well, and just walks him down there. Oh, insane. Insanely well done here by Rest to find that kill. In the meantime, a little bit more of scuffle in the mid.
Oh boy. Yeah, really nice start. Again, first blood solo kill. It happened earlier today as well, but the opposite side, YSKM. That top lane is just one heck of a spicy matchup. Whenever these two meet, at least YSKM's gotten a win up against his opponent, but Rest certainly knows how to give just as good as he gets.
Yeah, let's watch this again. So YSKM does have a level disadvantage. He takes a lot of damage and also loses the bone plating right off the bat. Rest knows that this is the go signal. Look at him holding on to the death charge to cut off the remainder range of the hook shot right here. And he knows YSKM doesn't have a flash remaining. Able to chase him down after a long lane. Really nicely done. And this is what we were saying. YSKM might be the solo kill king of the PCS, but Rest is still the top dog.
Yeah, and he has the experience to boot, knows exactly what he's doing in this matchup. And whoa, Gemini! He gets away with Grand Theft Red buff. That was close.
But in the meantime, we also do have the Herald being stolen here by Holo. Well, not stolen, taken away here.
Yeah.
And
it's a trade, you know, it's an extended trade, is what we can call it.
Absolutely. I think this should go into the top lane, but they most likely wanted to go top, but it's also very dangerous because the Death Realm is there and Rest can just kind of spoil your own plans by getting another solo kill. So I think most likely they're going to use it as a Drake flank. That's probably the other option for them, and maybe find someone to start off a team fight when they do go for the next Hextech Drake. This one's going to be absolutely huge. Everyone contests the Hextech Drake. It's 9% CDR. It's also attack speed. Just an absolute insane bonker Drake.
Yeah, we just haven't seen that many of them tonight. It's been all oceans and clouds and some mountains. Like not nearly as many of the Hextechs, and it won't be the Soul, but that's okay. Rest, man, he's showing up big today. Certainly an impressive performance out of this veteran topside. CFO as a team, they just have so much veteran experience across the board, with the exception of Shun. The newest player had a really pop-off performance in his rookie split. Took the entire league by storm, and honestly, probably denied quite a lot of potential top bot lanes MVP candidates, as he really just showed up and delivered, and he's been doing it again here today in the laning phase up against the side of Eminem. Holo coming down to the bottom side looking for the lane gank, but Shun and Koala respecting this possibility by playing back.
Yeah, and I will say that CFO, the best thing they've been doing this game is just playing with implied pressure. A lot of times Mission just goes missing on the bottom side. Better gonna find a trade here. Fine.
It's a little bit of damage on the workaround, and I think he's going to not be able to follow through there, as Gemini was at his back as well. Mission going to be joining up, and I think we're in for a dive. YSKM got to watch his back. Here comes Gemini into the Weaver's Wall. I don't think he's going anywhere, as he actually tries to bait this out of the Hexacle Domain and flashes away himself, and that is maybe the play that saves the day right now. Tender clears the wave away.
Really nicely done. I would say CFO still find a small win just because they get the extra flash out of YSKM, but YSKM with some nifty moves actually knocks everyone away with the Hextech Ultimatum and then flashes backwards. Really well played on his part to get out.
There's nobody here to react. Mission, he's going to have to walk it back slow, so this is going to be a lot of plates taken. Maybe one more if they get that one on the last Shelly hit. There we go. Nicely done by Frank.
Yeah, but what's going to happen either way with the Herald somewhere, but you know, getting out on the mid lane I think is definitely a lot better than getting it on bot. I didn't think that CFO were necessarily going to play too hard onto the bottom side. And, you know, now we have this situation where CFO, I think going into this Drake fight, actually has a pretty sizable lead. There is no flanking pressure from the Herald anymore. And we also have a TP from Rest here. So if he really wants to join, that's going to be a huge difference maker. If he manages to take away Holo, that's the smite and the main initiation coming from Frank Esports. So let's see how they want to play it.
Dragon advantage looking to stack that up. Gemini Coming in through the choke. Shun, full control on that bot side. Wave push does mean they can set this one up. Holo carries Pretender. Don't want to give this away. But they know they won't have the numbers advantage no matter what. Rest can teleport in anytime he wants. He's actually going to start off the back and come into the mid lane. Still pretty early into this game, if you remember. And Koala gets stopped up for just a second, but they turn the damage on to Carries instead. Way too much. Here comes Rest into the fight after the fact. And Holo, his clone gets deleted, but that just means the real one is left bare. Dragon resets, but there's no smite to contest.
Yeah, that was a bit of an awkward position. Frank didn't want to actually commit to this one. I think they were just playing for the steal. Let's see if the Ultra Shock Laser can find it.
Oh, so close. Oh, my word.
Oh, that has to be heartbreak there. So Frank weren't the ones that wanted to engage. They're just trying to hover around and hopefully find a steal somewhere on the Drake. But unfortunately for them, Karis gets caught out. Holo comes in, and then Rest just takes him away. As we talked about, Death Realm, take away the smite, make sure you secure the objective. Really cleanly played by CFO. A little bit of a mishap there for Frank. I really don't think they wanted to go as close as they did onto this objective. I think they were just trying to smite for a kill on the sides here. But Carries goes in a little bit early, gets found out. That prompts Holo for coming in. Well, look at this from the start. Like, Camille never was in position to join this fight, so I just feel like Frank overplayed their hand just a little bit.
Yeah, I think even if you want that trade, you kind of have to give it up, given everything. Like, the teleport already being spent, YSKim can't get involved. And, well, the Mordekaiser is absolutely off to the races there, Clement. Already getting his Mythic item completed, or excuse me, the Arc Bell completed already. And that's a little scary. Trying not to die too fast. Speaking of dying, Shun caught up by Carries and M&M. Trying to get the outplay and almost does it actually, but will finally fall. Buys a lot of time for the rest of CFO to arrive. Mission cut off here as Carries flashes forward looking for that one. M&M going to be caught and isolated around the backside. However, Carries is still there for the body block. Not for much longer. They will get the one kill. Carries trying to walk away. Gets shoved back into CFO. So they have the last lap.
Beautiful play coming in from Mission here. Uses the Weaver wall. We thought that was Shun walking into danger. Actually was a bait. Turns out to be a 2-for-1 there. And also, if you look at the position of Pretender, he just got shoved in. There was a jungler right in front of them that took a lot of his HP off. So nothing Pretender could do. And CFO are just kind of punishing Frank for grasping at straws here, you know. I feel like Frank Esports, they didn't get enough out of their early game. They had very dominant top lane. They had very dominant mid lane, but they weren't able to chain those two solo lanes together, and CFO were able to weather kind of the early game storm. They were able to put a lot of pressure on bot lane just with the implied Weaver's Wall, not actually even using the Weaver's Wall necessarily. And now we find ourselves into a situation where I think Shun is, been fairly accelerated this game, and the Mordekaiser is a complete menace at this point.
Oh boy, well, they actually managed to catch Pretender, and he just can't get away. Shun has the final shot, sniped him in the end, and yeah, talk about acceleration. Meanwhile, though, you can see YSKim is fancying his chances on a rest here, but so much damage there. Into the Death Realm he goes, and even with that Rocket Belt and the Hextech Ultimatum, YSKim, he's still able to dodge a lot of the damage, and even so, it's Gemini coming through, flashes, goes back in, denied by Gemini, so even when he thought he had a chance, the numbers were not in his favor.
Yeah, it falls down for the 2-for-1, and CFO now find themselves with a massive advantage here. Just a little bit unfortunate for Frank not being able to utilize that early game. I did wanted to see a bit more skirmishes here. And CFO at this point, look at that Viego. The problem now for Frank is if they want to win a fight, they actually need to kill Gemini first, or the chances for him to get a reset are way too high.
And if they don't do that, and even if they manage to, I mean, then you got Defelios to deal with. Then you got the Mordekaiser to deal with. So many weapons at this point. Let's take a look at this again. Because Pretender, he gets hooked at max range. Koala, what a huge dredge line. And then Pretender thinks he gets away, but the last auto, YSKim, he chooses this fight with a level disadvantage. Goes for the tack sweep into that hook shot. And then Rest is like, all right, bring it. Bring it. Let's make this 1v1. Ah, just kidding. Psych, I brought friends.
It was actually really close for YSKim. YSKim nearly was able to win this one, but unfortunately for him, of course, Gemini was there to help. The timing on his engage, think was actually quite good. You got half the
Yeah.
HP off of Rest right off the bat. You know, Precision Protocol probably synced up for that one. Unfortunately, not able to make it work, and now CFO have the run of the map. They also have the Weaver's Wall, which means that with this amount of map control, it's very easy to just zone push. Frank going for a big engagement.
That's a setup. Oh, they might be able to do it here as Holo goes in. That's a really nice start. His vision
down.
is taken out of this one by Eminem, but Rest is just buying a whole lot of time. The Death Realm zoning just about everybody away. YSKM's gonna fall. Gemini gets that reset, turns into Camille himself, turns onto Eminem, and wowzers, it's Shun to the rescue. Huge execution, even with the perfect setup. Frank Esports just have absolutely nothing, and the Shelly charge comes in again. Pretender trying his best misdirect right now, but Gemini is eyes on top of him. He might just get away, but the rest of his team's already dead, man.
Oh, I have to say, Pretender, that was pretty nifty on his part. I like the fact that he was just standing there and pretending that he was actually the clone. Took the damage, waited for the cooldown resets, got out quite nicely. The rest of the fight, it was pretty well done by Frank. You know, they got mission right off the bat. That's absolutely huge for them. But unfortunately, Rest is just too big. He was in the fight already. He got Holo. That's the backline dive, and a lot of the engage potential down here. So we'll watch this again. Carries finds make a great glacial augment, flying division right off the bat, but unfortunately for them, you know, Rest just hops right on top of Holo. That means Shun is completely untouched this fight. And once again, we see YSKM just being targeted down into the back line. Koala saved all his love, all the crowd control, just for the Camille to come flying in. They take him down. YSKM doesn't get any damage. Some nifty moves by Pretender. Credit where credit is due. This is fun to watch. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Good LeBlanc mechanics, but it's not enough to do much more. Just some fun magic tricks, and you can see the damage dealt in that last fight. YSKM just didn't have a chance to get involved. Rest is huge. The Viego's huge. It was, you were just talking about this, that they needed to be able to make the play happen first onto Gemini, and they didn't. It's YSKM now caught, no getting away for him as he issues an ultimatum, but all three members of CFO will just take it straight to him, and now without YSKM on the side lane as a threat, numbers advantage for CFO wherever they choose. They've held Frank to only 2 kills in a tower this game.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Frank actually had the damage to do much anymore. Shun's been able to get away and even keep his flash on the previous spike, but here they go.
Yeah, looking for this one. That's going to be Holo trying to keep Shun locked up. He flashes, though, over into the Raptor Pit, and now they still are able to take carries out of the fight. Gemini picking up one. Will get shut down. That's big gold to Holo. What can they do with it?
Coming in to find the snipe. Oh, but he takes so much damage.
It's going to be a TP.
Though.
He's back. Right back to seeing the crime. The question is, do they actually want to interact with this one? YSKM's looking to cut them off at the pass. Shun Koala mission getting shepherded in here, but Rest is going to join. This is just a 4v4. Those numbers don't look good for Frank. They're going to let him walk away.
Yeah, I don't think they can overchase on this one. YSKM flies in, and the Death Realm's already there waiting for him. So Frank Esports are going to be content with getting vision over the Baron Pit here. And the big question, the name of the game right now for Frank Esports is you have to find a pick and you have to find a kill before Daddy Rest walks into the battlefield. That's kind of what they need to do. And to be fair, they've actually gotten very close attempts here onto Mission, onto Shun. If Shun didn't have his flash there, he was dead. So Frank, I think they've actually been executing quite well off of the deficit that they've had. It's just that the deficit's a little too large.
Yeah, I think this is rough. Frank, they need to win this one to stay alive here, otherwise they will be dropping into the lower bracket, and I think we all just about expected it, but CFO, they're just looking so strong this game, getting off to one of their signature starts, and Rest on this Mordekaiser is huge! He just yoinks in Holo with the Death's Grasp, looking for the obliteration here as he throws on that Death Realm. Nothing he can do about it, and they just lock up YSKM as well. Big Daddy Rest on the play. They move straight for the Baron.
Oh boy, I think Leaky is watching this game with, he must feel really intimidated because his pocket pick, his main, is now being contested by another player in Rest. When you can do something that Rest can't do and then you realize, well, he's still there, Eminem might be able to find some kills back there.
Oh, that's a Gemini! That's going to be the Baron up for the grabs right now. Let's see if they can actually do this. Big shutdown onto Shun. They didn't actually have that one. The Baron goes the way of CFO's mission, finishes the job, but they lose Gemini and Shun in that extended engage.
I spoke too soon. I'm so sorry about that. CFO tried to make
That was
an attempt out of that
Curse.
one.
Mid-sentence caster curse.
Oh, was so close as well. Great target find on Pretender to tag out Gemini, like you said. Good Ultra Shock laser to start things off. They wait for the right timing here and watch this as Eminem goes and tags everyone. It was such a good start to the fight. We saw only 900 HP left on the objective, but oh, Koala just saves it so nicely here. Not Koala, sorry. It was actually Mission just saving it so nicely. And I think that was the Baron knockup, actually, that got everyone into midair, allowing for the Talia to clean up.
So, Frank managed to find a fight. However, Eminem loses his life, it looks like, almost immediately. No, he actually turned for a second there. Finally falls down to Mission, and the rest of CFO gonna move on the charge. Holo locked up for a second into the back. Mission gonna get jumped on Boaz Cam, but I think they're losing members a lot faster than that is going well for them. Mission goes down, but it just doesn't seem to matter because everybody else falls. Pretender is like, wait a minute, I've been here before. I don't like this.
Gemini even winning out the stun war against a mid laner. This is how fed he is at this point, and there's only one member left. They're not going to let him base and try to clean up the base here. So the big question here is, do they have the minion waves to get a little bit more? It looks like the death timers are not enough, so probably just
Not
one
quite.
inhibitor.
Ooh, Gemini. Getting fancy
Oh,
there.
yeah.
All right, well, they're going to be able to take this dragon. It's going to be Ocean
Yeah.
Soul. They can't really contest on the Frank side. They're just not in position coming off the cooldown. And, well, the base isn't broken. I wouldn't be surprised if their spirits are falling a little bit. Frank Esports are looking like they might be going out in 4.
Yeah, it's only 23 minutes into the game and a very early Drake going down here as well. If I'm CFO, I just never touched an Elder, and I think that will be game here. Someone has to manage the steal.
Watch your eyes on Pretender.
Slow.
Yeah, then you get the Ultra Shock to go for it. Trying for the seal doesn't happen, though. Holo, it's a nice attempt. You got to go for it at this point, but they can't quite make it happen, and now Pretender on the wrong side of that Weaver's wall, and Mission jumps onto him, grabs both. It's going to be Shun with the final hit. Now Eminem, YSCam, and Carrie's all running for the door.
Everyone trying to get away, but Gemini from the top lane flank as well. Can he find the stun? Why is Cam?
He gets shoved back and nowhere for him to go as he tries to delete Mission, pulls himself back, doesn't matter. And speaking of pulling back, Rest is pulling Eminem right into the death realm, I should say, and I think that's gonna be it. Karis is heading for the fountain. Heartbreaker, he flashes away, but it does not matter. Even with the death timers not being the highest at the moment, this is breaking into the base. It might just end right here.
Yeah, we still have 23 seconds on Eminem right here, and they're already barreling down onto the Nexus. CFO want to advance to get that rematch with PSG, to get some revenge for Spring Split. There's only these two towers waiting in their wake here. Frank Esports, I think they will hold on for now, as the CFO are just going to play a little bit safer here, get the double inhibitors, and walk out, but you know, they're already at a 14,000 gold advantage at this point.
Yeah, you don't want to throw it away by risking it on the last minute fight. It was very early. The death timers weren't long enough for them to safely push it. The minions were getting cut down, but now they've got supers in 2 lanes. They've got Ocean Soul. Yeah, you talked about not needing to really touch the Elder. I don't think the Elder's even going to come up before this one ends because CFO are eyes on the prize to finish it. And what an incredible performance from this team. The Mordekaiser, the Aphelios, both have just been instrumental, but also, lest we forget, Gemini set this up early. He did everything his team needed to really get them rolling in this game.
I think what was really important was Koala just constantly moving between bottom lane and mid lane. I feel like they were able to neutralize all the aggression from Pretender in this matchup, which is favorable to the LeBlanc, and they were also able to shove in the bot lane in the meantime. Because if Koala goes mid and he shoves in Pretender, then suddenly the bot lane is under so much pressure. We saw CFO able to just bleed away those tower plates with implied Weaver's Wall, not even committing to the play, but just threatening it. And you know, finding advantages on both sides. And then, of course, you had the solo kill coming in from Rest, so they were able to charge through this early game with all 3 lanes ahead.
Oh, yeah, they were looking like they're going to try and close this one out pretty soon by making the last lane push. Setting it up, the supers lining up. Last hold Frank Esports if they can do it. They will manage to get a 2-member hit on that Leon ultimate, but whoa, where did the Monkey King go? Holo disappears in the blink of an eye. Even Pretender can't believe it.
Very unexpected. They still had a tower to play for, so I thought they might have wanted to wait for the engage a little bit more, but no, they actually used both of their ultimates, and that's just rolling out the red carpet for CFO to move on in the bracket here. They're going to get all inhibitors, and this is the last stand.
27.5 minutes. Definitely a quicker game than it has been, and Frank Esports, they've certainly fought like hell. Oh no, locked behind the wall. YSKM tries for the play, denied by Shun going into stasis, and that's going to be one Nexus turret. YSKM's got nowhere left to go. And Shun with a dominating kill. They go flying in. Gemini with the greatest of ease. They will look to end this one. Rest just tanking up everybody's damage. Gemini takes Eminem out. The minions do the dirty work on the tower. And that's going to be the CTBC Flying Oyster flying high to a 3-1 victory over Frank Esports.
Domineering play coming in from CFO. This was the first one in the series that we saw someone be able to take it down on the red side here, and I honestly had a lot of early questions about this draft because it was so different from everything in the previous 3 games. We saw CFO constantly trying to play for a more late game style with the Victor, with the Aphelios, but this time they really do switch it up. They go for early game pressure. They go for a mission onto the Talia, a champion where honestly he wasn't really well known on, and they're able to find massive success in both of Mission's attempts here. So I think they clean out a lot of questions we have for this team. The ability to play tempo for CFO was a big question. We have that solved, and their form now with Koala on point is also solved. CFO looked like a very strong contender to get their revenge later on.
They're not an infallible team, certainly, but they are just so strong, just on point, connecting, almost no delay in their engages, in their plays. The decisions they make are just stellar, and this is what we came to expect from this team in spring. Had a few stumbles over the course of the split, and not having Koala that last week certainly hurt them, but they are back on form, and I think PSG, they are going to be on notice.
Yeah, and this is going to be such an interesting matchup if we're looking forward here, because I feel like PSG are one of those teams that are sort of ill-suited. You could say they're very strong in this patch, or you could see them as kind of falling off in this patch. Especially the top lane, I think is going to be such a worry for Hanabi.
Oh, yeah.
All of his champions have been nerfed almost to the ground. And then you have Rest coming in, back with the Renekton, showcasing the Mordekaiser just before the series. It's going to put a lot of different questions onto the side of PSG that usually just likes to play Gnar, Sejuani, and okay, the Ornn is still there, but that's the only one.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play front to back, I guess that's the strategy. I think the biggest mismatch in PSG's favor is probably going to be the mid side. For all the effectiveness that the rest of the team had, CFO definitely showed that Mission has been a bit of a liability in lane. I think Pretender punished it a number of times with some help from his jungle. I don't know. I mean, he still had huge impact in the later stages, but yeah, Mission just kind of ended up like inadvertently sacking lane. I'd love to see him on this champion, like maybe roam a little bit more frequently in the laning stage, just full sack it, like channel your inner Nesty. I don't know, but he did look good once the laning phase ended. It's just that particular phase of the game that could go awry for the squad.
I feel like he was targeted pretty heavily in this early game, and in this game, I'm not too surprised that he was going to have a very slow start, because it was a double counter in terms of the mid jungle. So I give him a pass on that one. I think it's important that he can play the Talia.
That's fair.
Or at least he can just showcase it. But, in terms of like the big early game tempo champions, you're looking at Ari, LeBlanc, and Swain, and I don't see a single one from him. So I still think Mission could have a lot of room to improve and kind of branch out. The way Gory has been playing for me has just been absolutely insane. I think Gory, statistically, even though we say he hasn't had the strongest of laning phases, he actually still statistically has the most gold difference at 14 minutes out of any minute.
He picks it up. He manages to get it anyways. I mean, I feel like, yeah, it's hard to critique somebody like Mission. He's still able to make it work for himself. Yeah. And yeah, Shun in this roster, they've stuck with him solidly for the whole series. I was wondering if they would be doing a little bit of swapping, but no, in the playoffs, it is all Shun so far. I like that strategy. No shade on Atlan, but Shun is just an absolute beast, and he showcased it. He never really lost out on a lane phase. Eminem had some standout performances, give him credit on the Sivir as well. But Shun just knew exactly what he was doing. He stuck to his guns, specifically all of the Aphelios guns. And we're going to get to see some of the big plays that helped them win the game here. This was the start of a big push. Carries an aggressive sniff for the big stun, but it only lands on the Talia, and that's not enough.
Yeah, a huge thing here was that Rest was already pretty far ahead of the curve, and look at this crowd control portioning coming in from Koala. They wait for YSKM to walk in, make sure they have a clear angle, and they just throw all of the crowd control down on him. I think this is, showcasing some of Frank Esports' weaknesses when it does come to that playoff scenario, is they actually have a pretty easy to read composition. They're always going to be running a fighter in the top side, and they're always going to be having some sort of a dive composition. So if you just draft yourself plenty of reset engage, if you just make it difficult for the enemy to run in, then Frank Esports don't really have a different gear to switch towards, and I think CFO read that correctly. They always held on to their crowd control. They always made sure not to waste any of their CC on the jungler, instead always holding it for the damage dealer in YSKM.
Yeah, CFO definitely looking very, very clean in this final game. It was six kills on Frank Esports to the 30 that were held. There were a couple of them that Frank got back, and this could have absolutely been disaster for Flying Oyster. That Baron was up for grabs.
Oh, it
Look
was
at it.
Baron
Sub
that
1,000.
knocked him up.
The knock up. Brother Baron betrays. They came in to save him, and he knows, no, it's a bamboozle. You're taking me out. And yeah, that was, it was nice.
Yeah, well, at least now we know the Baron Kaiju does not come from Hong Kong. That does not look like a local fan to me. And congratulations to CFO. This is great stuff coming in from them. We're going to be taking a look at the gold graph. Really smooth, and I think this is the biggest problem. If you look at the map, very, very strong level 1 to level 3 coming in from the Camille, coming in from the LeBlanc, but they weren't even able to transition it into, I don't even think they got the first Herald here. So a lot of pressure wasted, and I think most of it did come from the fact that Koala was so active on the map. He's just roaming to mid lane all the time, making sure that Mission can get those backs off unmolested, and just forcing Frank Esports to live in fear of the Weaver's Wall coming down.
Oh yeah, no, I think Frank Esports just didn't really have too much of a chance, and part of it was because Rest was just a monster. He popped off in this game, not just in the lane, that solo kill to get revenge against YSKM for earlier. He just took it straight to him, and we talked about it being a little bit of a risky pick, but it paid off in spades. Gemini helped kickstart the engine, but Rest drove this one all the way across the finish line.
Yeah, and Mordekaiser is so difficult to deal with on this patch. It's honestly been a menace for quite a while now, but very few people have been able to play it. I think it takes a lot of coordination with the jungle and the top laner to make sure this pick actually gets off to a good start and your team doesn't suffer all that much from it. I thought there was a distinct possibility that Mordekaiser, with him being shoved so far in, that we could just see Camille roam mid and get an easy kill on the mission, but CFO actually read the laning phase very well, and I think this is one of their greatest strengths, is that they're willing to play a later game and scale up without worrying too much about it.
Absolutely. Well, with that one done and dusted, the series is won. CFO are going to be moving on, and we're going to be hearing from that top laner, from Rest himself, right on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come.
Hello，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人荔枝。首先，恭喜 CFO 战队顺利的拿下今天本场比赛的胜利。Hey guys, I'm Riri Drew, and welcome to the post-match interview. Today we've got CFO's top laner Rest. Can you introduce yourself, please? 那今天邀请到上路 Rest 选手来到采访席，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 CFO 的上路瑞斯特。
So the first question that I want to ask is, of course, today ended in a 3-1. Did the team expect to drop one game to Frank Esports today, though? Especially because during the regular season and tiebreakers, CFO beat Frank Esports 3 times. 那今天第一个问题就是今天赛前有没有预期到会掉一场给 FAK 呢？就是毕竟例行赛还有加赛的3场 BOE 都是与 CFO 获胜。
没有预期到吧？原本会觉得3-0就赢下来，主要还是我第2场失误，所以又多打了一场。
So he said that actually they weren't honestly expecting to drop one game versus Frank Esports. He thought that actually they were going to 3-0 Frank Esports today. He said that he personally made some mistakes in that game at number 2, and that was why they had to play that extra game. So the next question I want to ask is also about that game number 2, because a late game in game 2, CFO was behind about 8,000 over gold, but yet the team still managed to find a teamfight victory outside your base in the bottom lane. So I want to ask, can you tell us how this happened? 那接下来问题也是关于今天的第2局，就是后期的那一波团 CFO 好像是在经济落后8000多块的情况下反击赢下了团战，能跟观众分享一下当时你们的细节还有思考吗？
细节，感觉那波是我的功劳，因为我说我可以闪晕 AD， 然后我们有悟空嘛，就悟空最后也转得不错，然后就赢下来了。主要是我闪晕的功劳。
So he said that team fight, why they won that, he said it was all him. He said it was all due to his effort because he communicated to the team that he thinks that he can flash and stun the enemy ADC, and then also because Gemini's follow-up with the Wukong spin was very good, and it was very good with his skills, and so they managed to win the team fight. But he also wanted to emphasize at the end that it was all him. All right, so the next question I want to ask is that today we saw a lot of focus on the top lane, especially in the early stages of the game. Your Renekton also got solo killed twice today. And during the regular season, however, you were the one who was solo killing YSKM. So is today kind of like a mistake, or is it because YSKM has improved a lot? 那接下来问题就是关于今天两队就都很明显的就是在针对上路，然后在第2局的时候，鳄鱼甚至被单杀了2次，然后想问一下，就是例行赛都是有 Red 选手单杀 YSKM， 那今天这种状况算是失误吗？还是说可能对方就是进步很多了？
也算是失误吧，主要那波我是故意的，我差一点钱就可以买那个装备，所以还有多打几波，然后就死掉了。缺一点钱。
He said that the reason why he got solo killed, he said that it was because he was only lagging a bit. He said that he should have gone back to base and buy items and come back, but then he didn't. And so YSKM just used the opportunity and was more powerful than him at that point in time. He said that he was deliberately throwing. So the next question is also about YSKM, because YSKM has been one of the hottest rising stars in PCS summer. Can you rate his performance in today's best of 5 series? 那新手 YSKM 是在夏季赛表现得非常亮眼。Red 选手能不能评价一下今天 YSKM 的表现吗？
今天 YSKM 我觉得他打得蛮好的，他跟其他上路比较不一样，就对线的时候很多激进的操作。觉得他蛮强的，但有时候玩到自己死掉。
那今天评价他一下，满分是10点的话，会给他几分？
10点多
10分。
8.7分好了。
8.7。
嗯。
How? So he said that he thinks the YS game is really strong. He thinks that when he goes up in lane versus YSKM, it feels very different than from most of the rest of the PCS top laners. He says that he can tell just from the way that YSKM lanes, puts pressure, and like all the little details when they play out the lane, that he can tell that YSKM is a really good player. He says that sometimes he just lanes versus YSKM and suddenly he dies, and that sort of thing also happens. He said that if he had to rate YSKM out of 10, he would give him an 8.7. Which is really high score. So the next thing I want to ask is that the casters mentioned that 12.14 is the rise of duelists, and on this patch Nar also got nerfed. So how has this personally affected you? 那刚才直播他也有提到，就是12.14版本斗师的崛起，然后跟 Nar 的削弱，对你有什么样的影响呢？
影响觉得还好，就感觉没什么差上路。
就 Lisa 的时候，就是 CFO 很经常的会帮你选那儿。
现在感觉那还是一样强，主要菲欧拉跟贾德斯也蛮厉害的，但我不会玩。
So he said that he thinks that it hasn't really affected him all that much, like in terms of the patch change. He thinks that Nar is actually still pretty strong on the current patch. It's just that champions such as Fiora, such as Jax are actually stronger. But for him personally, he doesn't know how to play those champions, so he doesn't pick them, and so the patch doesn't really affect him that much. Lastly, I want to ask, what are your thoughts on facing PSG next week? Because your regular season record versus them so far is 0-2. 那最后一个问题想问的就是对于下周要对上 PSG 有什么看法？毕竟例赛的时候对上他们，你们的战绩是0-2。
有什么看法？
有什么期待？觉得会赢吗？
觉得会赢吗？只要把火龙打穿应该就可以赢。不要让他选坦克。
所以又全靠你？
没有，全靠我啊，靠下路、中野都靠。
So he said that he thinks the key for how their match versus PSG will go next week is he needs to make sure that he can drag Hanabi down and just not let Hanabi get the lead. He thinks that in the picks and ban feeds, they need to make sure that they need to try to make sure that Hanabi doesn't get to play on a tank. And he said that if they do win versus PSG, it's not going to be entirely because of him, but it will also be because they're mid jungle and will also be because of their bot. So very humble at the end. Nice. All right. Thank you so much, Rest, for the interview. And of course, good luck for the rest of playoffs. 好的，那非常感谢 Rest 选手接受今天的赛后采访。当然要祝 CFO 在接下来的比赛加油。拜拜。
Thank you very much, Riruchu. Man, some big words from Rest there. I do feel like he doesn't mince words too much with the statements. I don't know how to play those champions. I'm not going to play them. It was all me in the lane too. I really love the confidence too.
Yeah, I think he's one of those few players that is willing to just say, yeah, that was all me. Like, I did all of that. Without me, none of that would have worked. And I'm going to be the key to defeating PSG as well. So there we go. You know, he's not just being confident. I actually think he's right. The meta is in his favor right now because all of those blue side blind picks from Hanabi, they don't work as well in 12.14. So I'm really looking forward to CFO perhaps doing what they did in spring and knocking PSG down early, which would be very, very spicy.
It would be possible. I mean, they did meet him at I believe, the top of the upper bracket before, and this time it would be a little bit of an earlier meeting. And remember, they only were in this position because they missed out on a higher seed in the last couple of weeks. But even so, CFO definitely proving they're right back on point. A big statement win today. Frank Esports definitely gave them a challenge, but they do fall down and now have to run it back here. And unfortunately, this is the fall of Frank Stradamus. Poor Nightstar is at least 1-1, but that's okay.
We're all
we now
wrong in
see
the end.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, at some point, everyone's got to be wrong, right? Impunity versus Frank, that'll take place on the 21st of August. Of course, we already know MFT and J-Team is happening, of course, tomorrow. And yeah, not only do we have Deep Cross and Beyond, we have PSG and CFO, that rematch of the semis and the finals of last spring. I am very excited to see that one next Friday.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one too. But of course, we will have a couple of games to go before that, which is the lower bracket is going to start out. And, you know, I think Frank Esports and both J-Team should be the favorites here. But I think the road for Frank Esports is actually going to get significantly tougher afterwards, because CFO has been able to expose them. They basically have showcased they have one strategy, one type of teamfight composition when it comes to a BO5 series. And I actually think that's somewhat exploitable by a team like Impunity. If they only have to prep one style, it's not unfeasible to see them just go for like a Jinx hyper carry composition with something like a Zillion, just keep them alive.
It's very possible. I think it is going to come down to execution in that matchup, though, and Frank have definitely shown that theirs has gotten significantly better, even from the start of the split, but certainly from the start of the year. This is a team that is definitely improving strength to strength. Are they on CFO's level yet? No, but there is time to go, and they seem to have shown themselves to be fast learners.
Absolutely. I could see Frank, if they get another composition, they will still be the most dangerous team in the lower side of the bracket.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm excited to see the matches, but we are going to have to wait for another full day before everything happens. So join us here tomorrow. We'll pick back up with the lower bracket matches. But for now, with all that said and done, thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We are signing off. We'll see you next time.